There we go. I wonder if any of these cards are worth anything. Here's me. We're just waiting on Arena to load. Can I enter all these? Yes. Let's open the windows, buddy. It's a nice day. Well, Arena seems to be really struggling. Let's just try another boot of that. I haven't heard this song in a while. Hey, princess. How's it going? Ooh, I have a goblin lackey. Hey, Carl. I don't know why Arena won't launch. Hmm. Was there an update that I missed? Yeah, that's valid. Like, this is a sealed format that you have to enjoy to play. And so, like, Carl here did not enjoy this for a long time, but I think they found a play style that they enjoy now and they feel it, right, Carl? Then I like this play structure because it definitely rewards playing more. Hmm. Let me see if I can close out of Arena all the way. Yeah, most of the non-games are caused by mythics, which at least is manageable. Oh. Wait, is this not sealed? I need to clean my computer out. There's a lot of processes here that I don't recognize. You're right. Okay. Mm-hmm. Well, like that's the thing is this isn't necessarily like I know people who are really good at this format who still don't enjoy it. And I think a big part of that is that this just isn't their play style. You'll even see it in streamers. Like I struggle at foundations. I can't win a Magic Foundations ever. Yeah. It looks like there was an update that failed. So we're just gonna let that happen real quick. Don't mind me. There we go. It took 6 launches, but it works now. I really have no interest at all in packs, but gems here. I didn't get, so I do still have sponsored slots open. If you would like to purchase some sponsored slots, I is Untapped working? Tell me if Untapped isn't working, and I'll fix Untapped. That's a lot of rares. That alone is pretty big news. We could do a black white double splashing red and green. I do love Craterhoof Behemoth decks. Like it's gonna be tough to fit all these into one deck, but not impossible. All right, so in white we got Voice of Victory, Clarion Conqueror, Static Snare, and 2 Pack Beasts, and then otherwise filler, but good. Like filler's fine. Blue we've got a Bewildering Blizzard. That's about it. Fresh start, a little bit of cheap removal. Blue's pretty weak overall. Black, we've got Sidisi. Abzan Devotees are just nice with Sidisi. Stormsinger's great, but 0 removal spells, nothing that... There's no depth in black. Wasting 2 here. Hey, Absenta. Aw, thank you so much. And thank you again, Hika, if you're here. Snakeskin Veil, Wanderer, Devotee are all solid. Botanist is great. Knockout Maneuver is solid. So far, low removal pool. Craterhoof. 3 Reigning Victor and a Defibrillating Current. Like, these are good Mardu cards. Lands, I'm going to put in a pile. We even have Mardu lands. Fixing. 1 Opulent Palace, 1 Abzan Monument. Huh. We might be... Like, we've got 3 red sources. We do have a Mammoth Bellow. I think we're Mardu splashing green for Baitor. We've got a Dragonstorm Glow and an Abzan Monument. Let's check our dragons. We have a Roiling Dragonstorm, a Molten Exhale. We don't have a crazy amount of dragons. Our fixing isn't bad if we want to do the 5-color thing. But I think we're pretty well equipped for an aggro deck. I need to figure out what our removal is. So let's see. In white, we've got a Static Snare. In blue, we have Fresh Start, Riverwalk Technique, Ringing Strike, Mastery. In black, we have nothing. In red, we have Molten Exhale, Twin Bolt. In green, we have Maneuver. Defibrillating Current. Awaken the Undead Lion Weight. So let's see. Our removal's weak. That's not necessarily a bad thing in this format, but... I think I'm building Mardu, and then we're going to... That way I'll have something good to compare it to. Because, like, we've got a good curve for Mardu, specifically. Like, that is solid. Lancer's at least playable. Base black white gives us Devotee. Sidisi doesn't have anything to pick up yet, but we'll keep looking. just low removal on everything. Like red gives us Jeskai Devotees, Artisans, Tiger. Our red's pretty weak. Molten Exhale is the only card I'm really interested in. But it's an easy splash with Bloodfell Caves and 2 Crags. Frontline Rush is good. Current. The triple Victor, Zergo, Bone Cairn Butcher is just a nice curve. And being aggressive is good in this format. Like, Yeah, other than our 3-color cards that don't need to be 3 colors, we don't actually care about red. Zergo and Frontline Rush are the only ones we actually like. Green gives us Knockout Maneuver Champion. We might just be an Abzan Stompy deck. That way we can still splash blue. For green-black, splashing blue and white, then we actually have Awaken the Undead, Lion Weight, Static Snare still. But we lose 3 of our duels. Our Sultai mana, if it's pure Sultai, is good. For an aggro deck, this is a solid curve. We just have enough mobilize. We don't actually have a way to turn those creatures relevant. Like, there's nothing that pumps the team. The only thing that we have that turns them into damage is the Venerated Stormsinger. All right, so we're giving up on this deck. Let's try Sultai. Sultai, and we want to be a Stompy deck if we're Sultai. And when I say Sultai, I really mean green-black double splash. So our green curve is really good. Like, look at all these beautiful 2-drops. Snakeskin Veil Knockout Maneuver is pretty nice. Sage of the Fang. Rejuvenator is not great. We can make infinite mana with it, though. Not easily. But I don't hate the Rejuvenator with a Crater Hoof. Like, if Crater Hoof is our win condition. Oh, yeah. You need to get it to 6 power, right? And then you use Ringing Strike Mastery. So you make 6 mana, and then you spend 5 mana to untap it. So the thing is, there's no use for infinite mana. We can make infinite mana, but we can't do anything with that mana. It's a good Sidisi deck. You know, Sidisi has one of the lowest win rates in the set. I think that's so funny. I love the card. Double Envoy is good. Let's see. Blue-black, green-black, Opulent Palace. Then we've got Awaken and Lion Weight. Up our removal a bit. Yes, Bear. Well, it can't make infinite white mana, just infinite green mana. So if we're double splashing white and black, what are our good black cards? Stormsinger. We get any 7-drops? I don't know that there are 7-drops in this set. Baitor's a big get, though. Baitor and Craterhoof. Losing these 2. We keep our lands just for the, and then run Reigning Victor Defibrillating Currents. What 2-drops do we have that really want to attack? Voice of Victory, Bear of Glory. Hunger is just kind of solid. But 2 Pack Beats is nice, and I like the Dawnbreaker. Blue lets us splash Riverwalk Technique. Hang on. Like, we could try something Jeskai. Blue-red. We could do blue-red with a white splash and a green splash. How are we doing on actual dragons? So currently we've got Wildling. We're on 1, 2, 3, 4 dragons here. Just short of this being worth a splash. But let's see what other card advantage we have access to, because then we can also splash this Durgar Island dragon. It's not great, but does the job. Our black's just so weak, but being green-white is awkward. Although we can be green-white, splashing blue and black instead. We didn't get 6s that we want to turn the Adorned Crocodile into. We got a Reputable Merchant. It's really just what do we want our curve to look like. So we see what the rest of our lands are. We really want the Great Aerishan City and then all of these crags. So then we're on 3 free white sources. So we can low risks run our Reigning Victors and Currents. I don't think we got anything that costs 7. Yeah. It's too bad. With a 7 drop, we could use a DC to chain into a Craterhoof Behemoth. How about Mill? We can move heavier into blue for a Ringing Strike Mastery. We're on 5 removal spells, so low, but not too low. We could try and make the Molten Exhale fit. But I think what we want to do is try and just make our card advantage come from our bodies. Trade Envoy and Soul Road Pack Beast both. Then we're using Abzan Devotee, but that is our black card. So we've got Sultai Devotee and Abzan Devotee to filter. We can run the Defibrillating Current. It's pretty weak removal, but it's still removal. Hey, Duo. But only once. He's only won 1 tournament. It's not a big deal. 3 red sources, 0 real red sources. I'm okay running the Reigning Victor as a 4-drop. Let's see. How about with counters? We've got the Snakeskin Veil, the Knockout Maneuver, Battle Priest, Sage. We need to make this Reputable Merchant good. We don't care a lot about Mill. I think we want to play the Craterhoof. I think we need to make this into a Craterhoof deck. Do we have any way to up our mana? We can bring in the Aggressive Negotiation with just our volume of 2-drops. We've got some good 2s for growth. We don't have any good ways to turn our bodies into better bodies. In terms of 2-drop quality, our white 2s are great. Our green, we have 4 great white 2s, 4 great green 2s, 3 average black 2s. So if we cut, we're definitely down 1 Devotee. But we get better mana. We can go down to 1 swamp in the Great Aerishan City if we take out these 2, but we're losing our Sidisi value loop. So that means that we want to keep all of our card draw here. We could even cut one of these colors, right? Green or white. I think we want to make sure we're applying pressure so that Craterhoof Behemoth is lethal or give up on that plan. Let's finish this deck and then come back and see what Jeskai looks like. I don't think Jeskai works without a bomb in this format, though. We could run the Bellow, too. We've got a Dragonstorm Globe and 3 red sources otherwise. No, none of our devotees have it. The X-Snare is awkward, but not the worst. I'm comfortable with 16 lands. We'll actually fix our mana in a bit. Green, white, splashing red, black, and blue. I think what we want to do is curve out and then win with our bombs. Or just grinding this value. So we'll cut the Durgar Island Dragon. We'll keep our Roiling Dragonstorm just for the value. We'll cut the Bellow because it's a little too greedy and I don't want to have to play him mounted. Then we've got a variable 3 to 4 drop. All right, 50 cards, 23 creatures. So we're cutting 7 creatures. Just, we want to be hitting and hitting and hitting. All right, I think we're cutting the victors just because it ends up... I mean, I know we're wasting some lands for that. But if we cut the red splash, we go Selesnya double splash. Just keeping the count. Not the best mana, but we're functional. We need 1 swamp. Let's build out our mana and see where we're at. 1 island, 1 swamp. We need to cut down on our blue cards themselves. So I think that means a Dragonstorm. That way we don't have to run an island for our removal spells. We do need 1 island. We need 1 island, 1 swamp. We'll finish our mana. 1 island, 1 swamp. Great Arishan City. So these are our 3 non-green, non-white lands. Then Monument, Globe, Wildling. Then Palace is all of our colors. Backwater, Hollow. We need to make sure we have green. And we have 0 white duels. So that means that if we want to play this many white cards, we need at least 5 planes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, 18. So that means that we need to cut our white needs down. Because 3 planes, Abzan Monument is 4, Wildling is 5, Dragonstone Globe is 6. So we're cutting our non-mandatory 2s and leaning harder into green. That way we have better mana. As long as we can cast our spells now, we have a pretty good game plan. Plan A is hit them hard, keep the tempo with Snakeskin Veils, and just general removal. Plan B is bombs, including Craterhoof. Like, Craterhoof is not an ideal plan B, but it'll work. 1, 2, 3. Love all of our 2s, yeah. Like, Dawnbreaker's our worst one. I don't think we actually care about the type dragon anymore, which means we might be cutting this Dragonstorm Globe. We're at 4 dragons. We don't care that much about ramping anymore. Alright, that puts us at 9 green sources. We can cut the Dawnbringer, keep the Battle Priest. Alright, 1 more cut. We have good 2s, which makes you really like aggressive negotiation, especially because we don't really have good bombs. This isn't even really a creature in this deck. It's a pump spell / win condition. I do have good answers. I should turn off the record until it's accurate. Where did you go while you wanted to be? Well, you know November has come. Alright, Plan and Conquer. Turns off Leopard, my devotees. And Renew. That's about it. Or wait. Okay. It'll still work. They're not creatures in the graveyard. I'd come down on a land if we didn't have the Craterhoof. My card advantage isn't bad. We can cut 1 creature. We just can't beat most bombs. It might be an Envoy. Which feels kind of bad, but 4s, 5s, and 8. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's gonna be one of our envoys. All right, let me get a screenshot of this, and I want to see what our Mardu aggro deck looks like, and then we'll have something to compare. Now, if you follow them, we can also see what our Jeskai deck looks like. Might as well be walking on the sun. Like, generally, if we're green, we have to be heavy green. But our mana is good for Mardu. And our curve is good for Mardu. 1, 2, 3. The problem is closing the game. We got a fire. Singing and dancing and what the... We could run the Tempest Hawks. Oof. 2 devotees just to be... We didn't get any 1-drops, did we? Yeah, we need a 1-mana creature for Sidisi to be a good card in Mardu. Like, usually that's the Mardu devotee. But now if you're still alive, 6 to 8 years due. Or a line that we specifically want to make happen. Stormsinger is good here. We could do red-white double splash. We'd lose our Abaddon devotees, but we would be able to splash blue, picking up a new way forward. We lose Baitor for that, but that might be better just because New Way Forward is such a good way to make the game over. Actually, with 0 white removal spells and 0 black removal spells, it's not going to work. That's 3 removal spells. Range Strike Mastery is good if we're aggressive enough. Fresh Start is not. That's more of a control spell. But 5 removal spells is enough to get started. And we can make like Ice Ridge Serpent a little better. But don't delay. Act now. The supplies are running out. We're blue, red, double splashing white and black. So everything but green. We only lose 1 of our lands. Walking on the sun. Might as well be walking on the sun. The 3 Reigning Victor is so good. Like, we are just efficient enough at every point of the curve if our mana gets there. Gain a defibrillating current. These are our 4 available removal spells if we're actual Mardu. We put green back in off Opulent Palace. Like 5-color Mardu is the deck there. Well, I haven't heard this song in a long time. Reigning Victor chained together is such a good way to keep pressure on. But we end up with just weaker cards, huh? We can splash a New Way Forward. And then, like, we basically are relying on our devotees. In best of 3, I would definitely be siding into this deck some amount of the time. We can go pure aggro, too. Run this Wild Ride. Let's see what real Mardu looks like. Red, white, black. 2 duels that cast Baitor, plus a Dragonstorm Globe. Blue in. Tiger's not even bad in this deck. We just lack power. Black, white, or red, white. Red, white, we gain devotee. This is just not bad, huh? That's black as a main color. Just do red, white aggro, splashing Butcher, Zergo, Victor. Well, mana-wise, let's see, 2 Crags and a Caves. That means that we would rather be splashing white or red with the 2 Crags. So if red's the splash, we cut the Devotees. Bring this Devotee and an Unrooted Ancestor back in. We can even keep Sidisi. We need like a Fear of Duty or a Shock Trooper. Some way to make these bodies matter. I think we're running our Sultai 5-color build. Or Abzan 5-color build. Alright, let's take one more look at the deck. We've got some nice cantrip creatures, a reasonable win condition in Craterhoof. Solid white splash that is like, it's not amazing, but Voice of Victory lets our Craterhoof like be a game plan. Could bring a flyer back in for the Dawnbreaker. Maybe cut a different 2-drop. I need a tissue today. We're just splashing the 3 blue cards off of 3-ish blue sources. We're not splashing any of our red. I really like the way Zergo plays. Yeah, but Zergo and Venerated Stormsinger are the only ways we have to make those bodies matter. I think we're running it like this. Let's go. We can keep this. Turn 2 Botanist is just that good. And then either turn 3 Merchant or just Abzan Monument to get a Swamp. Or even Wayfarer to look for a tap land. But we have a great curve available. And even though that we only have 2 lands, we have 3 land adjacent cards to get us to our Baator. Baator is strong. We'll keep. I don't even think I mind being on the draw here. Ooh, we'll lead on our Arishan City. And then Forest Botanist turn 2. Hey, Comet, thank you. I was thinking today how much I missed the arena open. But like, alright, they drew the mountain. We probably are just going to use the Merchant to enable a Botanist attack. Let's see what they play, though. We're trying to curve out as best we can. Rude. I will Merchant on itself. We want to try and keep pressure on here. Home is where I'm with you. Like, they are incentivized to use the removal spell on this Merchant here, while there's no target for the counter. But we've got a Baator. And we are trying to win with the Craterhoof this game. That's 5. I think I want a forest. Yeah. Eventually I'll need another black source, but I got some time. Fine. I really did want the land because a 1/1 blocks the Embermouth Sentinel just fine, but the counter means I can Sage of the Fang here to be a 3/3 on the attack. And then that 3/3 will let me Baator. I'd like to draw the card off Baator because I feel like every card matters in this matchup. That's our game plan. Our opponent has had 3 removal spells for 3 permanents. but I'm kind of okay with it. Unless they have something on the level of an Ugin or an Areni, we're winning this race. I think I'm also just jamming Baitor, because like they did use 3 removal spells. Would they have kept a 4 removal spell hand? 4 removal spells, 0 creature hand? Yeah, we're just gonna jam Baitor. I would have rather drawn the card, but I gotta, like, they have killed a permanent, they have played a removal spell every turn this game. So sooner or later they'll run out. You can't build a deck of just removal spells. You will eventually die. They are out of removal spells. So Baitor has stuck. That's why you don't want to spend a removal spell on Wayfarer or Reputable Merchant. Or you do want to spend a removal spell on the Botanist. Otherwise it takes things over. No, they can't kill this for 1 mana, so I think I'm actually cracking my Monument while it's safe to do so. Yep. Nice. Then I get a Sage and Pack Beast next turn if they do nothing. Like, they're playing all good cards, right? These are all cantrips. But that's why it's so important to have pressure on here in this format. Like, they can still just drop an Areni or an Ugin. But I don't think it's good to count on that in this format. I think I'm doing this pre-combat. Looks like a counter spell. That's fine. Got 5 mana up. We'll go to an 8/8 here. Auto tap. Why? Whoops. I let auto tap get me. All right. It did. That's on me. I did not notice the auto tap. It's fine though. I can just use my Arishan City. I'm 1 mana away from the Craterhoof. I get to end step Arishan City. Alright, 13, 14, 15, 16 available. Yeah, it tried to keep the non-basic up. Alright, end step, make a 1/1. I love that this works on end step. Swing out, guaranteed lethal next turn. I could also Battle Priest first, and then Pack Beast. And like they can Death Begets Life me here. But then I untap and use the Craterhoof to kill them. We'll go to 3/3 here. Yeah. They chump here, 3, 4, 9, puts them to 4, which means Craterhoof alone is lethal. Wow, that is a Jeskai revelation. We're gonna go ahead and use this. I hope my opponent is suspicious. And then Craterhoof next turn. This is what this deck needs, by the way. If you're gonna play all removal spells early, you need something on the quality of a Jeskai Revelation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They need 1 more. If they play a land and crack this, I win. All right, 4, 5, 6, 7 toughness available. 5 times 5 is 25, 30, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 43, 44. Let's see if they have a force spike. I mean, I think Jeskai Revelation is the 5th or 6th best rare. But yeah, you also, like, in terms of, like, if you say, my opponent probably has a Sage of Disguise in their deck, then they might have a Sage of Disguise in their deck. But if you think your opponent has a Jeskai Revelation in the deck, and you're right, they will play the Jeskai Revelation. That's their game plan. They're getting to that Jeskai Revelation. This is a little slow, but like Sage into negotiations is not bad. And I have so many 2s I can draw. I think we keep this. So I believe if you told me that Jeskai Revelation is the highest win rate win cast, I would believe that. If you told me that Jeskai Revelation is the highest win rate in deck, I would not. Yeah. Like, if your opponent, that's fair. Like, I mean, if you're running it, you're going to cast it. Yeah, you know, I guess that's reasonable. Like, I think, yeah, like, I don't imagine like, I've never lost after casting a Rennie. I have beaten a Rennie, though. Ugin I've beaten, but less often. Those are mythics, though. We just Sage. My top 5 rares in this set are Temur Saga, like for me playing them, Temur Saga, Moraine River Regent, that's the blue dragon. That one probably gets played more just because it's only one color. I feel like that counts, Carl. And then yeah, so those are mythics, though. Elspeth, Rennie, and Ugin are mythics. But I'd put Jeskai Revelation at number 4. Temur Saga, Moraine River Regent, Sage of Disguise, Jeskai Revelation, Abzan Saga. Do I care about this Nightblade Brigade? I think I want to draw the card more than I want to take a card out of their hand, because then next turn I can Wayfare. I'm okay with this trade. This isn't my music anymore. Let's try this daily mix. Yeah. Honestly, the rares are mostly fine. The mythics, oof. Like, if this would be a better set if Elspeth, Rennie, Ugin just weren't in the set. Turning off this Dragonstorm Globe would have been really nice. I might just tuck this and attack. We'll Wayfare first. Blue-green for the Wayfare. If I had a white source, I can conquer. There's a white source. But if I aggress, I think I'd rather aggressive negotiations and just take the envoy attack here. Woo. We get to exile it. 5-4 in, let them block here. If they want. I don't think they want to, because I have 5 cards in hand still. They chunked it. This is a surprise. They can make 2 birds. I get to trade here, which I'm very interested in doing. I think they'd rather Avenger. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So they can Avenger and Monument with the right land. Ooh. That's a bigger problem for me. There's a lot of flying power. We'll offer this trade here. Try and get a big envoy going. Alright, land for turn. I need to Riverwalk this Dawnbreaker. Or just Conqueror. They've got 9 on the crackback. I need to make my Conqueror big enough to block. So 3/6 mana. I can play out the Conqueror. Then next turn, Reputable Merchant my Conqueror. And Riverwalk. I think I'm better off tucking this turn and then starting to grow my Regent. So I could Conquer Devotee. So next, what I want to do is next turn Conquer Sage. Or Conquer Merchant. This turn, I want to Devotee Riverwalk. And I think I want to Riverwalk on their draw step. So let them draw, then Riverwalk. The main argument for getting the Conqueror down was to keep them from cracking the Jeskai Monument. But I don't think they want to crack the Jeskai Monument anyway. I think they want to play Avenger of the Fallen so that they don't have to just take this 5. Because they are a little bit afraid of me killing them with damage. And I know their draw now, which is pretty helpful. Yes, if this were 3 mana to activate, like, that is what I would rather do. Oof. That was a good draw. Now we're racing then. They're not going to trade, so they're taking 7 going to 7. And then they just play this Dawnbreaker, and I can force a block next turn. Alright, so they go to 7. They do have 8 in the air, so I have to conquer this turn. And if I can get it to a 5/5, I stop the Regent attack. Or the Stormbrood attack. I had to check my auto tap. Then Sage up to a 5/5. They can't Dragonstorm Globe or Jeskai Monument, and Jeskai Monument. Well, they can't do either. So let's say they only attack with the Regent here. I'll take the 6, go to 2. They'll have 2 flying blockers. They block here and here, take 3. I can kill them with a removal spell. It stops all activated abilities. Well, artifacts, creatures, planeswalkers. Conquer is a good card. It just often turns off your own spells, so you got to be careful. All right, so I take this 5. I know I have perfect information. We're lucky that they didn't also use the Signaling Roar, attack with both, and force the block. So if I take this 5, I go to 3 life, then either flyer is lethal. If I don't, they can make a 2/2, and then they block here, 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 and kill me on the crackback. Yeah, it's a lot of dragons. Then they top decked really well instead of top decking lands. I'll take 5, and then I can gain 1, and they won't be able to kill me with just the Stormbrood. They'll have to block with the Avenger to live. So right now they have to block both of my 5s. Or they can play this as a 2/2. 2/2 to 1/1, 2/4 to 2/1, 3/5 to 5/5. They take 5. I think I'm taking this because then I can kill them with a removal spell off the top. Like, it might have been safer to block, but I'm still looking for something like a Baitor. Like, if they were going to make this a 2-2, they should have done it pre-combat, because then I would have been forced to block and taken the 5 still, and they would have had a 3 power flyer left. Alright. I can't force this block. If I attack for 7, I can only force 1 block. I can go to a 6-6 here. They'll have to block here. I need to be able to block Avenger. Yeah, I think I'm just swinging these two and hoping that they're bad. Drawing another land after drawing the last 3 was pretty painful. Especially because they stopped drawing lands after their 5th land. We're going to set some pauses. Gain a life. And then we're going to pretend that we've got a different removal spell. So green, green, black, green. Green, black, 2. Hell of a top deck. But they don't have a removal spell, though. So if they swing out here and I have a spell, they don't know that I don't have a spell, then I lose. But I might be able to bluff a spell here because they don't die on the crackback, right? If they leave 1 blocker back, they don't die when I swing back. And they have lethal next turn off the Avenger. But it at least gives me a shot at drawing out of this because I have Craterhoof Behemoth. Like, they have a safe win next turn. Nope. Didn't work. Good game. Yeah, I mean, my opponent could have killed me 2 turns ago, and they chose not to. So on that count, we are lucky, but on the other hand, you can't bluff an opponent who's not playing around anything. The tragedy of Magic. Ooh, can I keep a hand with 1 color and an Anar Wayfinder? I think I can. Wayfarer into Aggressive Negotiations is so good. And then Voice of Victory into Battle Priest as soon as I find a white source. Huh. Weird. Herix, hey buddy. How you doing? Feels weird keeping a forest hand, but Wayfarer is really good. You can leave it all behind. This pool would have been so, like, I would have been on Mardu with 2 Mardu devotees. Ooh, that's even better. Oh. It's a good draw. Ooh, how is it? Anything really cool? Any spicy decks? We were looking at the black-white spoilers earlier. Well, I don't want to fall for that. What have you got for me, V? Oof, these mythic dragons. I think I just want to get the voice down. It's a good blocker and it's a good attacker. And then next turn I can either draw black swords to Aggressive Negotiations or dig for a land with my Wayfarer. I 5 mana, I can lie in wait for a botanist. Yeah. It's also like rare that Pokemon's not great at designing decks for an interesting metagame, right? They just design decks that are easy to see. They really just want to be on 3 colors to triple block here, or in 3 power to triple block. I really want to be on aggressive negotiations on this Chico. Take a Black Source and Backwater. The next time I can lie in wait back the Botanist, or just take the Chico out of their hand to make this a 2/4, which that's kind of what I'm leaning towards. At 2/4, I get to trade with Bearer and a Goblin. I guess they could Chico next turn, and I don't have a good answer for that. Yeah, I think I need an aggressive negotiations now to stop the Chico. What is this hand? Alright, well, I'm still taking Chico. But yeah, that's pretty damn good. Of course they draw the land. You know how it is. I had no way to stop their card advantage at all. I can go to a 3/5. Or I can lie in wait. I need a 3-power creature to be dead before I can. Alright, we'll Battle Priest instead of Pack Beast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They can triple block here. Well, quadruple block. But I'll take the 3 for 1. Yeah, that's what you want to see with an aggressive negotiation. I was like, it'll be fine as long as they don't top deck an untapped land in their 4-color deck. But no problems at all. If I draw a land, I can champion and Pack Beast. Wildling blocks, but only for 1 turn. It's just so unlikely that they have nothing. Rediscover the Way is really good. The powerful magic card. Damn. If even one of those cards had been a land, I would feel really good about this game. It's okay. We can outgrind this. It's just tough. Hey, Ben. Good to see ya. Yeah, 3rd land would have been nice. We can still out-pressure them. We can't be like a pump spell, but I think it's worth pulling a spell. Wow. All-out assault, Chico, Rediscover the Way is a pretty solid line. Block here, my opponent gets to hit for 8 and draw 2 cards. Yeah, this is where we're seeing the weakness of the build, just lack of removal spells. Now I need to get a 4-power creature into the graveyard, unfortunately. This is the problem with lie in wait. I can just Pack Beast. Then if it dies, we can hit the Shrine Keeper. But Shrine Keeper's already drawn them 5 cards, so there's not a lot I can do anymore. Alright, good game. everything. The 5th or 6th mythic just got me. I'm sorry, it was only the 4th. But yeah, oof. Let's try that again. I gotta put some money in. Give me 1 sec. Yeah, it happens. Hang on, my PayPal is not happy. Gotta log in and tell them that I'm here. We'll go ahead and run the ad now, though. Give me just a sec. My account is temporarily limited. What did I do? Update my primary email. Oh, I guess my email server is finally gone. This email is already linked to another PayPal account. This email is already linked to another PayPal account. All right. Hang on. Hang on. Wow. Okay, so I can't remove my bank from this PayPal. I can't link to another PayPal. And I can't link my bank account to another PayPal because it's linked to a PayPal. Hang tight. For now, we just log out. I have different PayPals that I use for different things. All right, looks like we're logged in here. No, I'm so bad at the security challenges. I may or may not be a robot. Why can't I log in? I'm sorry. Huh. Literally just logged in. Why can't I log in? It's working over here. Did I put a space in somewhere? Why can't I log in? And it works. Am I insane? Sorry, hang tight. So it's letting me log in on Chrome, but not on MTG Arena. Duh? I might. Why is this so difficult? I can try my scuffle. I guess I'll try restarting Arena. Hey, Gall Teaser, I'm trying, but it won't let me link my PayPal. Apparently, my old PayPal needs a verification that won't work. It won't let me link my new one. I'm trying to give Arena $100, and they won't let me. I just restarted Arena, so we're gonna see if that works. I'm just so bad at these security challenges. I'm sure it thinks I'm a robot. But like it doesn't. All right, if it wants me to identify bicycles, why is singular bicycle? Yeah, I'm bad at these. Why do I have to please try again? I'm not a robot. I am a male. I am a human male. Here, we can stream this part at least, I guess. Like, there's only one bicycle though. They don't want person. They just want motorcycle. I feel like this is an egregious amount of verification too. Cars. Car. Hey, Berserker. How's it going? Yeah, but I need games that are functional if I'm not logged into Steam or if Steam's not working. Why is it loading so slowly? All right, this is 3. There's a little in that. So 5. 6. Also, hi, Dirt Nymph. Yeah, I guess they have all the Steam authentications. What's up? I don't mind if people see my email. I mean, that's fair. But I don't mind if people know my email because that's my normal work email. Well, apparently Wizards doesn't want my money. I don't want to use my card. I want to use my PayPal balance. All right, let's try restarting Arena again. No cards. All right, pass the security challenge. It's just not letting me at all. I don't know what to do. Huh. Hey, Pens. Thanks so much for the raid. I guess I can talk to support. Here, I've got a Duskmourn draft going. Let's play that one while I try and figure this out. I feel bad because I took money for this one. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi everybody. I'm Scuffle. I do educational content. Today I am struggling with Spoon. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good to see you. Today I am struggling with Quick Draft or with PayPal. I'm struggling with PayPal. All right, let me build this deck really quick. We'll play a game, and I'll contact support while we do that, and then we'll go back to the Arena Directs. So this is just a green-black Delirium deck I drafted over breakfast. We're going to be splashing a little bit of blue for card advantage only, just because we have the mana to do so. So let's get our good cards in first. This is a late game deck. We have removal. Nice Live or Die Altenac combo. We might end up on the Cultist. We have a good chunk of Manifest. We want to make sure we have enough artifacts. Here's a Murder, 2 Faithfuls, and a Rat. Phorogenic is a nice piece of removal. It's been a bit. I hope your day's good. Final Vengeance. I kind of just want to splash Glimmer Burst and Bottomless Pool. But we've got an Egotist and a Comeback Wrong. All right, how are we doing on types, though? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces of removal. Types, we have 2 artifacts, 3 sorcery, 4 instant, 1 enchantment. I need another enchantment anyway. So I'll put in the Bottomless Pool. And a Glimmer Burst, just 1. I think I want the Amalgam to have another enchantment just for Delirium. And I could bring in Saw for the same reason. We can come down 1 land. Sure thing. Pens, let's get some draft. Appreciate it, buddy. Why doesn't Pens draft? All right, 7 black sources, 7 green sources, 6 black sources, 7 green sources, 16 total lands. Cultist is kind of weak, but we could use 3s and 4s. Egotist is kind of weak. I just don't have a lot to sack to it. Yeah, I think I just want to curve out and use our types. 14 creatures under the skin. 1 more cut. It might be one of the Faithfuls. We don't need a ton of Reanimator here. We aren't cheating that much on mana. All right, let's run it. Drafting is super fun. I can't just go through... I mean, I guess I can just use my card. Doesn't feel great. I gotta grab my wallet. I'll do it. I'll run over here. We just don't have enough. I mean, we do have a turn 4 Spectral Snatcher, which is like not great because we have to put in a land for it. Let's throw it back. Well, that's what we do here. So if you ever want to learn to draft, or if you have a format you think you might like, hang out. We'll make it work. We'll keep this and put back our Glimmer Burst. Yeah, Balgoth's Faithful Sporogenic isn't bad. We can try and find something to reanimate. And Comeback Wrong is just good removal, especially early. We do need a land kind of badly. But Cryptid Inspector wasn't a bad draw if we can get that land. And I can just edict whatever creature they play. We just grabbed it. Without the fungus, we're probably gonna end up cycling it. They just trapped my 1-drop in a screen. That's so rude. Well, we have removal, but we can't do anything else. It's fine. I can yoink this, but I'd kind of rather use Comeback Wrong and Final Vengeance in the same turn. I'm just going to play out the Cryptid Inspector. Then I can Comeback Wrong something and sack that creature to a Final Vengeance to exile 2 creatures. No blocks. I can Sporogenic the Razorkin here. I think I just want Under the Skin. So risky though, because I can whiff Under the Skin. Under the Skin does let me dig for a land drop and try and cheat out an Altenac. Alright, let's just keep our... We'll just use our removal. Keep the pressure on. We can Vengeance here. Target a creature, sack the infection. PayPal did not finally work. Yeah. He just won't accept that I'm not a robot. Like, I can't pass the verification. We can go to a 3-4 here. Then I can pick my Sporogenic Infection back up. Ooh. Pick the Sporogenic back up. We're still looking for a land. This can't block, but we can crack for 3 still and have a blocker. We get a Sporogenic as well. And we're at Creature Sorcery in the graveyard. So we can Sporogenic or come back wrong. I think I want them to spend some spells here. They might just be trying to blink. If it's like, there's a good chance that their pump spell is +2/+2 also. So I'll put the blocker here. But if they get a blink here, they get their blocker back. I don't want to come back wrong just for the treasure. I really need that land. It's a pretty good chance that they block with the Orphans, and then I get to Sporogenic. Creature, Sorcery. I don't really want to give him a treasure if I can help it. We're 15 cards deep without a land draw. We can draw a land. We'll keep going. I think I'd rather Sporogenic than Norin. No, I would rather get it. Sorcery, creature, instant, enchantment. The treasure does let me play my Thresher next turn. But Sporogenic is really likely to just be bad after this. The land lets us drag to the root swing 5. There's a good chance that we get to come back wrong something. Aw. I can Kraken for 3, or I can just play out the Cultist to go for lethal from there. We're 16 cards deep without having drawn any lands. Might just be worth hitting for 3 now, because then Drag to the Roots is pretty likely to let me hit for 3 again. Can't sack itself is the main problem. We're gonna play the Cultist because it gives me a real chance of a real shot at just having lethal next turn. Feels a little crazy, yo. It's not. I think you would need 2 pump spells here to kill me with that. No blocks. Okay, never mind. Never didn't have it. I think if a land were in my top 16, we would have won that pretty easily. I could have just chumped. All right, 1 sec. Let me try one more time with PayPal. And then I'll just put in my card. I don't like them having my card. Be right back. That is the correct password and username. Nope, it has just rejected me. It would be cool if it like gave me an error code. All right, let me get my card. I'll be right back. I'm back. I just have to do my stupid card number. It's funny, I remember the card number, but I never remember the security code. Oh shit. Maybe I am an AI. That's exactly how they save it. All right, that worked. It's annoying because I have to transfer the money in. So I do sponsored runs. Anybody can pay me an amount of money. I'll show you later, and then we'll split the prize. So if you're interested, if you want more information, it's available on my Discord server. I have 4 slots left for the weekend. I believe today's slots are sold out. Ooh, Battlecry Songcrafter Tersa is really nice. Winter Night Stories is great. Narset and Single Surveyor are great, but only in their respective. Well, Narset is great in a Jeskai deck, but not necessarily a reason to be Jeskai. And Single Surveyor is really good in any black deck. It's one of the best turn 2 plays in the format. All right, what have we got? We've got Mardu Devotee, Descendant of Storms, Duty Beyond Death. Wow, okay. We have really good white cards, but not a lot of depth in our white. So, like, Duty Beyond Death, Stormbeacon Blade, these are all great cards as long as we're attacking. But we don't have removal, we don't have card advantage other than our Stormbeacon Blade. In blue, we've got Whisper, Ring Strike Mastery, Winter Night Stories. Great source of card advantage. So, lots and lots and lots of card draw in blue and not much else. So, pressure, card advantage. Black, we've got Worthy Cost, Single Surveyor, Whale of Wart. Triple Stormsinger is a little ridiculous. That's really strong. Wow, Sharpshooter, Shock Brigade. We might be Rakdos aggro? Jund aggro? Alright, let's see what our lands are. 5-color tokens. We are not well equipped for a control deck. We got 5 lands. Blue, green, 3 of them green, 2 of them blue, 2 of them white, 2 of them red. Dragonclaw Strike, Songcraft, like our teamer looks good. Lots of multicolored cards. Huh. I think I want to see what our tokens deck looks like. Like, the problem is, like... Alright, so the problem with this pool is it's incredibly difficult to build a deck that turn 3 Narsets or Lies in Waits. Like, our power is all conserved in these 3-cost multicolored cards. Like, this is where all of our power is, and these cards do not go into a deck together. So that means that it's probably not going to be what pulls us into our deck. Let's see what our tokens aggro deck looks like. Surveyor. Tomb Guard is good in that deck. And Triple Stormsinger. Then, like, this start is so strong. Wind Bolt over here. Whale is good in this deck. Dragon's Prey. Worthy Cost. That's a lot of pressure. We can use an Abzan Devotee to splash white or green. White gives us Mardu Devotee, Descendant of Storms, Duty Beyond Death. This is, like, pretty good. This is a weird version of Mardu, though. Actually, the sack outlet's solid. Hardened Tactician is a good sack outlet. Frontline Rush. Our mana is not great, though. We've got a Crag. 2 Evolving Wilds. An Abzan and a Mardu Devotee. So black, white, splash red is okay. Red, white, splash black is a little better. We get almost none of our multicolored cards. I mean, we get 2 of them. Stormbeacon Blade. Even the Rebellious Strike is pretty good in this deck. Black, white with a red splash is a little bit more consistent. Weirdly, I think this is what we build first just to compare. And then we'll take a look at what our teamer deck does. Like, our teamer deck is solid. Dragonclaw Strike, Snapcast, Songcrafter, Battlecry are all together really strong. We can even splash in Sultai, so we could be blue-green splashing black and red. So that would be just non-white deck. I didn't even see the Bonecare Butcher. We don't have to run the Lancers. Okay, I like that. We're building the BGs first. Our black is definitely weaker, but it's harder to splash it. In terms of our... Alright, let's look at our Tomb Guard. Tomb Guard works with Surveyor, Ascendant, Kinguard, kind of. Earthcarver, kind of. This is a fun one. We don't have a lot of removal, but our top end is 4. We're going down to 16 lands. Cut the Devotee. Yeah, it looks like blacks are splash. Means that we lose these 2. Desperate Measures, Alatia's Legacy. And we keep black removal spells. Lack of removal is a problem, but we have so much pressure. Like, we are just trying to burn them out. We kind of need the Alatia's Legacy. We can cut the Desperate Measures and then a land. Alright. 3. We need white and red first, then we need black. 4 swamps. 5 plains. Plains is the most important. Alright. One more look. Lancer is just not a Stormsinger. I would like more protection. We do have a Snakeskin Veil. You know, what if we did Jund? Alright, let me save this. We'll have something to compare it to. Yeah, I like this one, Theo. Green, black. Could run the Sentinel. Or another draw spell. Not quite. Like, I'm looking at Jund right now. Our card quality in white is just high. I could put the Duelist back in, have another 2-drop if red's going to be base. I don't like the Duelist, but we are kind of just a burn deck. Our green is pretty good, too. Oh, it's really not. We don't have any green removal. Like, our good green cards are all multi-cards. Songcrafter, Battlecry, Dragonclaw Strike. Oh, we can run the Severance in the other build. I like that. Maybe even a Blossoming Sands and or Jungle Hollow. Yeah, I actually really like that. All right, I wanted to check counters. Soured Successor, Reputable Merchant. That's pretty much it. We didn't get it synchronized. We don't have anything that cares about counters. Could do green, black, double splash, white, and then we're only losing our red cards. Like, our Jeskai control deck is pretty great. We just don't have a bomb. This is a bombless pool. But like, we have so much card draw. It might not matter. We don't have enough removal. So we can't do actual control, huh? I do love the idea of just Songcrafter, Dragonclaw Strike. Like, not running our rares hurts so much, but that's how it is when you don't have a lot of rares and mythics. We can play Surveyor Tursa. I think I want to be greedier. Let's check our previous deck and get greedier with it. Jungle Hollow, Blossoming Sands. For Plains Swamp. Reputable Merchant, Kintree Severance. Yeah, I feel like this Severance fills in a gap we had before. 5 tap lands is a lot for this deck, though. Any other green I want to splash? Snakeskin Veil is the green I want to splash. Stalwart Successor and Snakeskin Veil are the only green cards that I really want to splash, but I don't have any looting or rummaging to enable that. Artisan did just get a lot better here, but still a little weak. I like Deathgorger in an aggro deck. I always want to splash blue just for fixing. This Devotee just got a lot better. Alright, let's take another look. Worthy cost. Frontline Rush is going to be a pump spell more than the bodies. Wind Bolt's usually going to be removal spell. Yeah, I think we're moving into full burn. We'll cut the Alatia's Legacy. As good as it is to protect the Stormsinger, don't think that's what we're doing with this deck. We get to upgrade our Rebellious Strike. Keep our Whale. Reputable Merchant does feel pretty good in this deck. But we just, our mana is better. Like, we get to cut one of these tap lands. We need white on untapped turn 1 more often. Reasonable ability to grind. 3, 4, 5. The Rebellious Strike. Like, I like it in this deck, but it's a little awkward in general. Cut the Duelist as our worst 2. Keeping just the Devotee. Your problem no more. And Deathgorger is just to be a creature who has flying. No, I think we're even just ignoring the Deathgorger. I think this is the deck. Feels weird, this one. This is using me a 4-mana removal spell. Alright, let's run it. We are the aggro deck. A pretty fun aggro deck, too. Let's go. This is more aristocrats than aggro. Well, I can't keep a hand with one of my colors. I should have redone my mana, though. This has all my colors. I want to go Devotee, Underdog, Stormsinger. That's my curve. Ain't your problem no more. Bears, I don't know them. Were they a streamer? I'm working on a mono red dandy. Might be better to Devotee this turn. Because Underfoot Underdogs does get a little better later. Yeah, I really want to curve out these Stormsingers. See if he wants to block. So this is representing a Rebellious Strike, right? All right, we snuck that damage through. Space. Yeah, if I attacked with both, they might think it's a bluff. But attacking with only one represents Rebellious Strike because it's +3/+0, because that's the only reason I wouldn't attack with the Devotee here. And each point matters in a deck like this. We are pinging them to death. That's our game plan. They probably want to try and put the Strike Master in front of the Stormsinger. Might even play the underdogs instead of the Stormsinger. We'll see what I draw. Alright, you got a 5/5. That's pretty good. We can essentially go for lethal next turn with that Duty Beyond Death. I'm pretty scared. The turn 4 Durger is just tough. If I get to drain them 2 by hitting with the Devotee, then I risk not having a white source. We'll go ahead and pass. Like, ideally, I get to underdogs and duty next turn. If I get to attack, I hit so hard this turn. I might not get to attack, though. They might just stop me here. So I get to, if I get to play the underdogs and the Duty Beyond Death, then I get to sack a 1/1. None of my creatures die. I get to eat the Strike Master and maybe the Brigade. My problem ain't your problem no more. Awesome. Them tapping out is good for me. They hit me for 9 this turn. They can put me down to 12. They hit me for 10 this turn. They can go for lethal. They decided not to, telling me there's a good chance that they have a counterspell. We'll go ahead and make the body. And we have to just kind of hope that they don't have the counterspell here. Like, if they have a counterspell, I think we lose. I mean, this is still a pretty good hit, so we're not guaranteed to lose. No, why the doom saying? Ooh. That's not a counterspell. You can't toad me when they don't have the counterspell. That's not how that works. No, I didn't actually think they had the counterspell unless they top decked it, because they've been tapping too strangely for it. But I did think they had a spell. I was scared of something like a Duty Beyond Death, but still annoying. Like, I went from lethal to not lethal very quickly. If I swing out, 4/4 gets blocked by 5/5. 1/1 gets blocked by, well, block, block, block. They take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I need to hit for 2 one more time. And part of that is going to be playing this underdogs. If they kill the Stormsinger, we're in a lot of trouble. I should have played the land, because then I could replay my Devotee next turn if I drew another land. Stormsinger. Venerated Stormsinger is what they need to kill. No, I like it, Temno. Keep making wrong predictions. It's very helpful. Like, this is a scary board. If they kill the Stormsinger and we still have enough pressure that they can't really attack. Might need to make room for the Rebellious Strike to clean my mana up a bit. Also, it's good to see you, Temno. So they do have 9 that they can, 9, 10, 11, 12 that they can throw at me at any time. So I essentially have 3 turns to kill them. Hey Damien, I'm having a nice time. This is our first round with this deck. If I swing out, Stormsinger gets blocked, and Kinguard gets blocked. And then we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So they block 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is what they take. Yeah, I was supposed to play the land last turn because drawing a land was really bad. I think I want to swing 2 and then go for lethal. Or I swing out. Oops, ignore that. If I swing out other than the Stormsinger and the underdogs. Alright, then they go 5-5 to 3-2, 4-3 to 2-3, and they take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then get drained 3, and I can go for lethal next turn. Yeah, swinging like that. And I'm not going to unblockable, because I want to be able to recast my Devotee. This is a tough match. They can crack back for lethal. That's 9, 13, 14, 15. Like, I might die on the crackback here. But it's such a risk for them to attack me. I'm gaining 3 because of how they blocked. The 3, 6, 7 is what I'm hitting for now. Draining 3. And then I can swing and they'll have to kill some of my creatures, make something unblockable. Eight, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I did my math right. I can block the bearer. Four, 8, 13, 14, 15, 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 17. Blizzard doesn't save them because of my mobilize trigger. And I get to gain my life off my Stormsinger before the first strike damage. So that's good. Alright, they're tapped out. So they block here, they die. Good game. Wow, that was difficult, but we got there. Alright, let me take a look at my mana. I think I made some mistakes in my mana. But now that we have our two... So I worked the second Devotee in to make this Kintry Severance Splash available. I would like to work the Rebellious Strike back in. We can use white and black. White and black both splash each other, but not red. Well, this one does, but that's fine. Lots of creatures. That's good. Cutting Rebellious Strike for removal spells? Or removal spell for Rebellious Strike? Even 16 lands might be too high. This one's fun. Like, this is... Look, if I'm not going to have any... I mean, I've got a single Surveyor, but, like, if I'm not going to have a close to rareless pool or, like, a low power rare pool, this is what I want. 3 Stormsingers, Sharpshooter. So the jungle is just for the Severance. But yeah, I can get behind that. 3. So 4, 6 black sources, 4, 6, 7 red sources, 5, 6, 8 white sources. I mean, I had the most white sources there. Like, we are solidly a 3-color deck. Yeah. I can get behind that. I like my tricks. I would like another trick. Like, I can make my mana better. Alright, so I can bring it... I have Alacia's Legacy. I have Rebellious Strike. And I have the Duelist. So I can bring in any of these 3 cards for another card just for better pips, right? I think I want the 1 Devotee. So, in aggro decks in this format, it's not about how fast you are. It's about how much you can punch through later. So, like, that's why stuff like Underfoot Underdogs with the Frontline Rush is good. And Venerated Stormsinger, like, this is the card that I saw, and it was like, this is what I want to make this deck work. It's not efficient 2-drops, although you do need them. Most of my 2-drops aren't even good attackers. They're good creatures. So these 3 cards I'm thinking of... Like, I could up my Plains count by bringing in a Rebellious Strike for a red card. But I really like my Brigades. And the Devotee fixes. Alright, we'll run it as is. One more Martyr Devotee would have been great. It's Foxy. Oof. I mean, all we need to make this hand great is a mountain, but as is, I like Descendant of Storms on the draw. We just want those bodies. Like, a red source would be great, but we have some time to draw a red source. And, like, turn 1 is when we want the Descendant of Storms. Might go to 3-2 first. Depends on what they do here. Just trading here feels pretty bad. We'll play out our Stormbeacon Blade. We might end up Dragon Spraying their 2-drop, which also feels pretty bad. But that's what we're going to have to do if we can't find a red source. I'm okay with that. We can Tactician. Hold the Dragon Spray back. Storm Vegan? What's a Storm Vegan? Storm Plane? That we're going to have to kill. I could make a 1/1 first. I think I'm just going to pass Hold of the Dragon Spray. Which feels pretty bad. But mana is not cooperating today. Weirdly, I think we're about to be the control deck. We get a double block here to force a spell out of him, and then Dragon Spray. I'm a little scared of a Snakeskin Veil, but if I end step Dragon Spray, then I can attack with a Ascendant, and then make a 1/1 and sack it. Like, Sour Successor is just a card. It's very powerful, but when you're playing against it, you can try and pull more cards out of them because they're so incentivized to try and grow it. All right, so let's check for a Snakeskin Veil. End step here. All right, no Snakeskin Veil. Makes me think of you somehow, and I play it on repeat. We'll play the Surveyor. And pass. I'm okay if they swing in with the Pummeler. I can Worthy Cost here, and then start attacking with the Surveyor. It doesn't... Well, I think I'd rather Stormsinger first, even if it means they get a hit. Never thought of calling in your battlefield. They attack here, I get to make a 1/1 instead of growing, which also feels pretty good. I also have a shot at drawing a red source for my frontline rush. Looks like they have a removal spell, but I have 3 creatures that they want to deal with and 1 that they are going to try to deal with. Oh, unexpected. Let's see what they get. There's nothing I'm too scared of. I mean, that's good, but Felithar is what I was like, would have been not great. I've tried to kiss you. I don't know if you feel the same as I do. I get to exile here and swing out. I feel like I'm giving up some value, but it's worth it. Stormsinger just lets me race so well. They can double block here, and I'm okay with that. We just want the counter. I should have played the Swamp, just because it increases what I can draw off this Tactician. That's relevant. But I was kind of playing around drawing a tapped red source. Maybe I'm too busy being... So Jobin, it's a sealed event. If you win, they mail you 2 booster boxes. Wow, they didn't attack with the Lancer first, or the Surveyor. hoping that you'd stay. Interesting. Oh, the Stormsinger is about to look really good. But you can't say another day. Ooh. I don't actually think that's better right now. Yes. That's exactly right. All right. Play out the Stormsinger. Attack with everything. Pack Beast blocks here probably. Kinguard blocks here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Gives me a good chance of lethal next turn. That's cool. Yeah, they're 30 packs. Sorry. I think I want the extra point of damage more than the body. Well, the body's pretty good right now. Stacking the Stormsinger. Yeah, everybody in. That's hot. We're gonna have the 1/1 right now. So they lose 2 here. So they're taking 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So if they didn't block here, it wouldn't die in time. Project's a really good one. Like that game's so good. That's the Terra Mystica sequel, right? The game's really good. Yeah, like Terra Mystica was good, but it's too dense. It's like it's which is fine. Like, right? It's Terra Mystica is a dense game. It's for people who are who want to play a dense game. But then you get it's so hard to make new people play, and Gaia Project just does such a good job of running that hurdle. Right. Crowded is good. Crowded is good. Ooh. I mean, I have all my colors. I did manage to win the last game just down a color. Butcher is great, even if no 2-drops though. We need a 2-drop. I think we're going to 5 here. Although Pack Beast into Stormsinger remains incredibly strong. Am I putting back a Swamp? No, I'm putting back a Descendant of Storms and keeping this. Pack Beast into Stormsinger is just so much damage, and this is not a good hand, but it can become a good hand, and I think that's better than going to 5. Eventually, I will have all 3 of my colors, and just these games will be easy. That was a rare. This is not a good start. But a land lets us Stormsinger, and a Plains lets us Pack Beast. We really want a Pack Beast. I think I'd rather block their 1. I haven't played Age of Innovation. Hey, Bobby. How you doing? It's good to see you. This is not ideal. We need 4 power to put in front of the Pack Beast. Oops. Oh, thank you. I'm not gonna risk my Surveyor. I am gonna risk my Underdog. I'm having a good day. We have a 2 rare pool. Tragic. We are struggling to get our colors, but we're making it work. We have not managed to get all our colors in a game yet. We have not drawn 3 colors of mana yet. Yeah. I don't know what Age of Innovation is. Is it a board game? Is it by the same people? Ah. So we're in trouble, but Pack Beast into Stormsinger is strong enough to make it work. They get to make 6 tokens or a 1/1. They went for the 1/1. This whale is going to become integral. We're 11 cards deep without hitting a 12 cards deep without hitting a white source. We are on 11 white sources. Well, one of them is a Mardu Devotee, so 10 white sources. So not great for us, but could be worse. We're gonna double block the Pack Beasts. And then take 4 and twin bolt it and hope that that gets there. They have to assume we have the pump spell or the burn spell. We can still come back with a white source. Oh, well, that's fine. I'd rather they protect the Pack Beast and kill me with that. Oof. I mean, literally drawing 4 unplayable cards in a row hurts the soul. Yes, we do, Bobby. Yes, we do. We can double block and whale. I should have gone to 5. I really thought that I would have a white card in my top 13. A white source in my top 13 cards, but, you know, that's a foolish assumption. We didn't take any damage this turn. I mean, we literally drew 5 white cards, 0 lands, and our top 7 cards. Good game. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have no way to recover from that. That's painful. It's Magic. All right, let's try again. Our deck is solid, but our mana is bad. That's just how it is in this format sometimes. We didn't get rares or mana or lands, so that's what we're doing. I could go down to 2 colors, but I lose all my power. This is a good hand. Devotee, Brigade, Teresa, Stormsinger. That's a full curve. The Devotee wants us to find 1 more land and a second Stormsinger. Oh, now Devotee just wants us to find 1 more land. And a removal spell. Like that? Like that. You almost always want to discard 2 cards at Tersa. Just want to play Tersa. I don't think I'm even discarding anything. We're going to be using Dragon Spray to clear the way. Because they be there when you're dead. Buckles out. Dash bound, push back to the empty ground. Ooh, they're a 5-color pile. That's our good matchup. My hand is perfect. That's rare. You almost always want to discard with Tersa. Sure. Probably killing the Tersa. They don't know that that's good for me. The problem with Glacial Dragon Hunt is you always have to pitch a real card for it. We're looking at a turn 5 kill, depending on what their removal spells are. Okay, that means we need to play this pre-combat. So we're hitting for 3 anyway. We're using either Dragon's Prey plus Twin Bolt or just playing a second Stormsinger based on what their blocks are. Because they might go to 2-4 here, they might make a 1-1. They might just have 2 removal spells. Red Star, thank you so much for the follow. All right, Sip Sacred Praise is good for us, especially since they put away the Dragon Storm. That means they're looking for their land, and they didn't find it. They can double block a Stormsinger. I think I play like they're trying to double block the Stormsinger and hold this up. We're going to go ahead and get in here, and then I can Twin Bolt. And if they just don't block, which is possible, so if they double block the Stormsinger, because that's the biggest threat, then we get to Twin Bolt here and go 1 and 1. And that just ruins their block. So then we hit for 4. We got our second Shock Brigade, we drain them 2 more. Alright, give me 1 sec. Oh, here we go. I can just play out the Stormsinger. Sorry, people are getting chicken sandwiches. So I just play out the Stormsinger and they block the Stormsinger. They take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Good game. So they block here, take 2, then take 3, 6 more, and they'll die. Here we go. Oh, my Discord is not working. Turn 1 Descendant of Storms, turn 3 Pack Beast is good even if we're short a Black Source. I think I'd like the Sharpshooter to just be more defensible. Let's go ahead and get in there. We're gonna just pay the cost here. We'll go to a 3-2 because they might just play a kill spell, which is fine because that's a kill spell that the Pack Beast and the Sharpshooter aren't eating. And they might also, but they're more likely to just play a 2-2, right? So a 2-2 gives me this option. Get in there. Decline. Alright, there's that kill spell. They're showing me that dragon for that 2 life. That's fine, because we have a Pack Beast. I love this card. Like, when they came up with Immobilize, it's going well, Alex. We're 3-1 with this deck, right? Yeah. The Pack Beasts are so cool. Like, I have to imagine that when they came up with this mechanic, Mobilize, they were like, okay, prove it works. And this is how they proved it worked. We want to go Mountain, Sharpshooter, Shock Brigade Ping. And then they get to gain another life. So they're still at 20, which isn't great, but as soon as this gets to attack, we feel good about the game. We do need to draw a non-land card. Just because we haven't drawn a non-land card yet doesn't mean we won't. I know. The funny thing about, so you can put stun counters on things that aren't tapped. I think that's hysterical. Usually they say tap, put stun counters on it. This is not my mood. Sorry, Gum Gum Girl. Someday, we will draw a non-land card, I am sure. I think I'd rather not risk the sharpshooter even for the extra point. Yeah, we kept a 2-lander and we've drawn 5 lands. I could Crag, but I think I would rather just not draw more lands. So let's pull another land out of the deck. So this is bad for us. They have shown us their, like, they're still alive at 20 health on turn 5. That's bad. We can get there. Our deck can do it. But it's going to be difficult. I don't think I have any double pips. I will occasionally need double white, but I have an Abzan Devotee. We'll grab a Swamp. I mean, it's not a land. Terza would be sick. I'm gonna play the Crag, but I'm holding lands from now on. Like, I'm gonna try not to play any more because I would like to be able to discard cards to Terza. Well, we do have Mobilize 4 coming down. I think I'd rather Twin Bolt than Dragon Spray. How many of these do you think they have, or have they just been drawing the same one every time? That's fine. We'll Twin Bolts. 1 and 1. It's probably worth recasting this now. 1, 2, 3. Pick it up. Replay it. And we're still applying pressure. We have a lot of pressure here. Our turret is a little bit worse because we played that land. They have WUBRG. Need 7 mana to kill this. 3, 4, 5 because it's a dragon. 6, 7. This is a great draw though. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 we're hitting for. And then next time we get to draw 4 cards off our Tactician. We played this turn 3. This is the first time we've gotten to attack with it. Turn 10? I guess this is a counterspell check. Tragic. Draw a card. Huh. I guess it's a pretty good shot at lethal next turn. We'll play it out. So this consistent pressure is more important than being aggressive in this format. Like, I think that was a pretty good example. Like, applying consistent pressure is how you win with a creature deck. Alright, 4-1 here. So I need one more win for the gems. I do kind of like this prize structure. It's better for content. We can't cast any of these spells. Let's throw it back. We can cast some of these spells. Let's keep it. I think I'm putting back the Dragon Spray. It sucks. I really did want to play with that, but Turn 1's Descendant of Storms is still a great aggro start. think I'd rather have the body here. It's close. I need to hit some lands. That looks like a Caustic Exhale. Oh, Desperate Measures. Nice. I didn't even play around that. Alright, we are looking to top deck a land, so we want to play out our Kinguard as with a 1/1. So now our Stormbeacon Blade draws us a card. Let's see. Champion eats a creature, and we get 1 card out of this. I'd rather have the Stormsinger down. I think I'm willing to sack a creature to punch for 3 also. No, because then if they kill this, my Stormbeacon Blade is pretty bad. No blocks. I could have double blocked. I think I'd rather put it on... Yeah, we'll just put it on the 1/2. Stormsinger is good for racing. They might trade here, or they might just eat a 1/1. But either way, I gain 2. And we have halved their life. I can equip the Stormbeacon Blade and hold up the Duty Beyond Death. Gives me a reasonable shot of lethal this turn, especially if all they have is a creature. If they play a removal spell on the Stormsinger, is not great for me, but I do get to put down the Brigade and the Devotee, and then do the same thing the turn after that. Damn! They get my Duty Beyond Death, which is does make lethal a lot more difficult. It has to be Duty Beyond Death. Like, that's the only correct answer. But we'll see if they agree. Yeah. They get to kill 2 of my creatures. They could keep 1 creature, but I think it's wrong to. Nice, that's what I was hoping to hit. Alright, so they are now empty board. Drain them 2. We get our 2/2 back and we play a Brigade. And then we get to put our Stormbeacon Blade on a menace creature or swing out with a Venerated Stormsinger. Sandy! Hey, how's it going? How was your stream? Everybody check out Sandy. She's one of my favorite streamers. We're doing Arena Directs today. So if we get 7 wins, we get 2 booster boxes. If we get 6 wins, we get 1 booster box. 5 wins, we just get a lot of gems. And we're currently 4-1. You're so demanding, Sandy. Hi, everybody. I'm Scuffle. I do educational content. Today I'm trying to teach you how to win some boxes. And we have an aggro deck, but aggro decks in this format are more about applying consistent damage and pressure. Hey, Blue Hope. We equip, we attack, and hope they die. Or we just attack and hope they die. If we 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So not quite lethal, but it's more efficient to play the Stormsinger out. It's possible they just have no plays. Although not very likely. Yeah, we'll play the Stormsinger and attack with everything. Because that's lethal, but it's lethal while deploying a threat. And if they have a removal spell, they can't kill the Stormsinger. Because if they kill the Stormsinger, they lose 1 life and take 5. Ah, okay, nice. So I don't get them mobilized at all. So it's a good thing I didn't try to equip. Ooh. Cottage pie. I haven't had cottage pie in a while. I used to make that all the time. Hey, good game. All right, so our run is paid for. Let's see if we can get a few boxes out of this. Hey, Misha, how's it going? I'm having a really nice time. I really like these arena directs. They've proven to be very lucrative for me. Last time we did 7 runs and we got 4 boxes, I think. That's good news, right? That means that they aren't, that they're about to email me for these. One sec. If the tokens went away, it means that they're about to confirm my purchase. Or my arena. Nope, never mind. Ooh, yeah? We're keeping this because of how strong a turn 2 Sinkhole Surveyor is. There's nothing you can do. It is just about the best thing you can do in this format, is turn 2 Sinkhole Surveyor. And the rest of the hand isn't too bad either. But turn 2 Sinkhole Surveyor feels great. I'm having a really nice day, Misha. Like, this is what a lot of people do on turn 2. So having, this card is comparable to Bitter Blossom, but it is itself a better attacker. We might not even make it larger. We might go straight to the tokens. So if you get it to a 2/4, it survives all of the 3 damage burn spells. There's a 3 mana deal 3 and a 1 mana -3/-3 Caustic Exhale. If you get it to a 2/4 or 3/5, it survives Molten Exhale. But if your opponent could have any number of different removal spells, then you care a lot more about just making the bodies. Like, for instance, the Strike Master is probably about to just shoot it because otherwise they get to make too many bodies. I think I am just getting in there. Like, I could play around Caustic Exhale, but I'm not going to get it to 6 toughness. But the 1/1 lets me get full value out of this Hardened Tactician that's coming up. Oh my, this don't even gotta try. So depending on what we draw, I'm probably playing an untapped land because it gives me 2 options. Well, we lose. Damn it, Elspeth! We don't lose. We get to kill Elspeth right away, which is very lucky. All right, Elspeth is not quite an Ugin because they do have to untap with Elspeth to win the game. Pretty good. I just exiled their Elspeth.
Hope is never lost.
I don't actually care about blocking. I just want another 1/1. The next one I Storm Singer and draw a card. I probably do start growing the Surveyor now. I think the Elspeth feels good. So they are going to exile here, but we already made 2 1/1s, which are going to draw us 2 cards. Oh, interesting. No box. We'll go to 2/4 now. No, they're still just going to kill it with the Strike Master. Another 1/1, and then Evolving Wild Storm Singer. Now I'm willing to trade some creatures off. Chances are the Strike Master's killing the Surveyor still. I'll chump. It helps me race. I could double block. It's just not worth giving up my Storm Singer here. I'm gonna attack with the Storm Singer if I can grow it at all. And fetch a swamp. I'll be surprised if they don't just strike my Surveyor. I'll also be surprised if they wait until my turn to do it, but they might wait. Alright, end step crack. Okay, that's fine. I can go to a 2-4. I think I still just want to max out on bodies. Alright, we're probably not playing anywhere lands this game. Alright. They took out the Surveyor. What a top deck. Awesome. Unblockable here. Everybody attack. Oh, I'm just hoping that they don't have the removal spell for my Butcher. But I'm a little afraid that they have the removal spell for my Butcher here. This is not a trigger. It's static. So if they kill the Butcher, they lose Death Touch. Oh, no. I have, let's see, Tursa off the top. I have a lot of good top decks. Well, Stormshell remains terrifying. I can't get in with the Butcher now either. Stormbeacon Blade is good here. Unfortunately, they do get to just draw their cards. I get to make this unblockable. And then red, black. I need to keep a red source up. Quit. Oops. I really wanted to draw this card, though. So if I swing here, they blocked here with a Stormshell, take 5, 6, 7, 8, go to 3. And then I can have lethal next turn. Cool. Thank you. You mean making this unblockable then equipping? We're gonna move the blade off the underdogs rather than replay the Devotee. No, I think I'd rather scry because I can do all 3 things next turn. Neither. We want burn spells right now. So the underdogs lets us have lethal if they don't have a removal spell for underdogs specifically. They have to kill the underdog or gain life this turn. They can't Jeskai Revelation this turn, so that's good. I could have also waited 1 turn, but no blocks. Go to 9. Alright, well, let's go for this. Can't be blocked this turn. We're assuming they have a removal spell, but not infinite removal spells. They might also have a pump spell that gives this lifelink, which means that I'd only want to attack with this one. Ooh. Well, the gain 3 life removal spell is pretty devastating. Also, you can't be blocked. So 2 in lets me almost have lethal next turn. We're still going to get in with everything. I mean, it's just the format. Like, there's a lot of good removal spells. The format, this game no longer works without the removal spells. I can get this unblockable and then hit for 3 with it. We dealt with the Elspeth. Inevitable defeat is... Damn. Well, I was feeling really good until they drew the deal for gain 2. It's usually pretty bad. It gained 7. Oh, over the underdogs. They still can't really attack. We still get to ping them. We do have burn spell style waves. Alright, well, we'll go to 2. Pick up my devotee. It's a good draw. So swinging with everything, take 1. And then plus 3 plus 4 plus 4 is 5, 6 exactly. Alright, plus 4 is 5, 6. Woo! Top deck skill! Yes! Alright, that's 6-1, so we get at least 1 box. Let's play for that last box. This one's been fun. Yeah, I love Strength of Many. What a card. All right, there's 6 wins, so the next win gets us a box. Yeah, that was a top deck skill. Like, they top decked and then we top decked. Seems fair. Ooh. So awkward. I think we still keep this. Turn 1 Descendant Storms is just very strong, but Pack Beast Stormsinger is stronger. Even with how awkward this is. If we draw an untapped land, then we get to force a removal spell on the Descendant of Storms. We get to Endure to make it a 3-2, then Endure to make a 1-1, and then Pack Beast to follow up. But yeah, we're seeing where tap lands are awkward. I think we're checking for their color needs. Never mind. We'll go to a 3-2, because then we get to attack next turn as well. And even if they have a 2-2, we can go to a 4-3 if we need to. Am I willing to trade here? Am I willing to trade with both? I don't think they're willing to trade with both. So let's find out. We'll go to a 4-3. If they double block, then that tells me they don't need black mana. Or rather, they don't need the devotee. That's okay. We're on plan B now. We're going Pack Beast into Frontline Rush Stormsinger full combo. That's our goal. So a black source lets us stack Stormsingers. It's a really good way to have lethal. I think we still Pack Beasts here. They wouldn't keep this hand. They wouldn't make that double block unless they had a follow play, which means they probably have removal. It's just experience. And you get a, all right, Darren, if you get a sense, like, it's not, the info alone isn't worth it, but we learned something in the process of killing 2 of their creatures. That's worth it. But like, what you want to do is not, I know, or I don't know, or it's not, I just know the right thing to do. It's, I have an inkling. You get a gut feeling. So Court of Calls talks a lot about Why can't I remember the word now? Your gut feelings. I don't remember the word for it, but he talks about it a lot. Aw, lame. Who runs 3 removal spells? How dare they? It's okay, we get to Wail of War them both back. I think we want to just Wail to pick them up, but we really don't want to take the whole turn to do it. We want to apply pressure for now. So, Evolving Wilds, Hardened Tactician, pass, and set make 2 goblins. Intuition. No. That might be intuition. Like, intuition works, but I'm trying to remember his word for it. But, like, you need to weigh your intuition against what's happening. I think I'd rather have the bodies here than the attack. We just have things to do for a while, and we don't really have a lot of bad draws. We could use one more black source. Yeah, we're taking a little bit of damage, but that's okay. Double Stormsinger pickup. So it's between it might be intuition, but like you want to match your intuition against information because you don't have time, right? You don't have time to do every decision the way I just did it. You're going to do some of it after the fact. Am I risking my Hardened Tactician here? I don't think I am. I'm just going to take 6. Like, Venerated Stormsinger attack here is so strong. Even if they block well. But they want a little of my time. If I swing out, they definitely block the Stormsinger. Nah, I'm just gonna swing with my goblins and eat whichever one they don't. Right, so you want to do your gut feeling. I'm gonna draw a card now. Drain you 2. There's a very real chance. Oh, wait. Z. Play the land. Use the red source. There we go. Underdogs is solid here, just because we get to play it, drain them an additional 2 over lethal. Yeah, all right, there's our boxes. And this one was mine. This was not a sponsored bullet. No, you want to do both though. Like, Temno, have you played Mono Red lately? Mono Red is one of the hardest decks to play in Standard right now. And I know that's weird, but like when you have 4 1 red mana spells, you have to really think you have to really think about which ones you play and win. This build took us so long, but I kind of love it. I do love, this is one of my first times doing this without bombs. Like, I do love Sinkhole Surveyor and Tursa. They're both good cards. But at the end of the day, this is a 3-mana 3/3 with haste, and this is a 2-mana, well, it's Bitter Blossom. Still very good. Second gear, the scene ends badly, as you might imagine. In a cavalcade of anger and fear, there will be feasting and dancing. All right, I think I got time for another one. I might have time for 2 more. I am gonna make it through this year if it kills me. I played Tursa exactly once as a 3-mana 3/3 with haste. I did not actually discard any cards to it. There we go. So I'm happy because I really wanted a couple boxes to just stash to draft later in life. All right, let's go again. Woo. That is spicy. What we might just be Jeskai aggro. So Codis is like a solid card to put into a Sultai deck. Sirach is a very good green card, but I consider Sage of the Skies to be the third best rare in the set. Quarry Seal Cutter, Frostcliff Siege, Naga Fleshcrafter are all up there. Windcrag Siege is really good with Frostcliff Siege. So let's see if we can get Jeskai going. Well, that is a nice start to a Jeskai deck. All right, really good white cards. Unending Whispers are nice. Fleshcrafter is solid. Praiser, Constrictor Sage, Riverwalk Technique. Solid blue cards. Black's pretty weak. Worthy Cost is worth splashing. Double Stormbrood. So I'm splashing this. I'm playing this just as the white half. And otherwise it's just good. Sharpshooter, Corey, Bullcaster, Underdogs, War Effort. This is a strong deck already. Stormbrood, Sirach. Our green is okay. Looks like we're Jeskai splashing black for Sonic Shrieker and Stormbrood. Let's see if our lands can facilitate that. So the blue-black, red-white, some green splash, Jeskai Monument. Well, if we want to splash black, we got to play a swamp. We didn't get the fixing otherwise. What's worth building? I'd like to see what green looks like. But yeah, Jeskai with a black splash and an Evermouth Sentinel, like we want to be a control deck. Yeah, let's build it out though. We can be control or tempo. We got some options there. This is a deck where Ringing Strike Mastery is likely to be good. Wingspan Strider may end up being good too, or Wingspan Stride. It's good on Dalkovan Pack Beasts. That's it. All right, that's not enough. All right, and so we're just gonna shove all our cards in here and build it. Waste Speaker is always a maybe. This card is good if you're getting something back that you're happy to get back. That's it. Double Stormbrood, Sharpshooter. Leopard might be good enough. We'll take a look. I don't know if we're aggressive enough for the Duelists. I do love War Effort in this deck. War Effort, Dalkovan Pack Beast, Sage of the Skies is such a nice package. I don't think we care about dragons at all. We want the green source. Green source gives us one Stormbrood. No Devotees. I think we need the... unfortunately, we need the Embermouth Sentinels. That's not ideal. We can run 2 green sources for our Whirlwing Stormbrood. And 1 Swamp to place Purging and Sonic Shriekers. No dragons. Or no dragon orbs. Could splash Sirach. I don't think I'm quite that greedy today. He's unlike me. Alright. Let's do some building. We need to make 21 cuts. We have to play the Swamp if we want to play this. Both have the Stormbrood, but it is just good enough as just the trick. It's just a matter of what we classify it as. Sonic Shrieker, Stormshriek, Feral. But we classified it as a pump spell in this deck. I think blue is our splash. Which means we're not playing these cards. Yeah, blue we're just running for our rares. We're red-white control. Ha! Alright. Alright, 2 Kin Guards. What's our best 2s? Forebear is good in a control shell. We don't need Lightfoot Technique if we're running the Stormbroods. One's just better. Cutter, Sharpshooter. Monument is great fixing. Alright, we do get to cut the Duelist. We're just not going to be aggressive enough for it. And we need to squeeze in these Embermouth Sentinels. Alright, Windcrag Siege is basically a creature, but only if we have enough other creatures. Frostcliff Siege is a pump spell. These are pump spells. Focus the Mind is great card draw. Do we need great card draw? We kind of do. I don't think we're running the Underdogs. We're not that kind of deck. We still get to play the Sipsig Appraiser. I'd like to avoid having to run the Stormplane Detainment. I don't like it. I think it's a bit of a trap. I like Bullcaster in this deck. This is not a Leopard deck. All right, 4 drops. War Effort, Adept. Flesh Crafter. We have lots of good things to pick up with Bodyguard, including Cutter and Sharpshooter. We will have to cut a 4-drop, though. I think Detainment is a trap in general. It is good in an aggressive deck, and it is... So, one of the things I say a lot about this format is you have to play the removal that fits your deck. Not all removal spells fit every deck. So, like, Stormplane Detainment is an inherently aggressive removal spell because if you give your opponent to Riverwalk technique, time to Riverwalk technique, you will lose. I don't know if Effortless Master is worth the splash. It's tough to splash cards like this, right? Just because maybe we do get to play Embermouth Sentinel Effortless Master, but it's not consistent. 5s. We need all 17 lands, even with the Jeskai Monument. We get to play a Focus the Mind, though. 11 cuts left. We could play all 3 Embermouth Sentinels, go down to 16 lands. I'd just rather not. At least one, probably more, but let's take a look. Sage is great. Pack Beast is great in this deck because we have Frostcliff Siege and War Effort. Is there any Mobilize I'm not playing? No. I mean, the Underdogs actually might be good enough with Frostcliff Siege. But it doesn't ever make anything unblockable with the Siege. We might have to run these Fire Rim forms. No, it's just worse than the Stormbroods. Two Black Sources. That's 2 Embermouth Sentinels. So we're not playing these until really late. Same with the Shrieker. So these are 5 drops and then a 6-drop. We need to cut the Effortless Master. I like Adept in this deck. All the rest of our 4s are very strong. Bodyguard's good, but it's just worse than our other 4s. Or our other 2s and 4s. We have lots of good ways to grind value. I need to run the Detainment. I'm not happy about that. Removal is our weakness. We are short on removal spells. 1 swamp, no more. 3, 4, 5, 6 blue sources is pretty good because we don't want blue until pretty late. We need white early. 5, 6, 7 white sources, 4, 5, 6 red sources, 8 and 7. All right, I think that's our mana base. We can make our cuts accordingly. 3 black cards really is just the Sonic Shrieker, though. We might be coming down a Riverwalk technique just for curve reasons. I do think it's a good card. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 removal spells. Volcaster's just good. We have lots of cantrips. We might not need the Focus the Mind. Maybe we don't need... Maybe it's the Pharaoh we don't need. One Behold, 2 Sentinels. I think we're cutting an Embermouth Sentinel. It's just so bad in this deck. And then we need to reduce our blue dependency a bit. We really are reliant on applying pressure. We're good at applying pressure, though, so that's okay. What's our worst 3-drop? Sage isn't really a 3-drop. It's a 4 or 5. We can go up on our blue a bit just to have more spells to trigger our Sage, but like I'm fine just treating Sage as a 5-drop most of the time, because then we go 2-drop Sage. It might be the Appraiser for color reasons. Like it's so good, but I like the appraiser, but yeah. Alright, 16 creatures. I could go down to 16 lands up the Embermouth Sentinels. So awkward though. Dawnbringer's a little weak in this deck, but we are trying to win in the air most of the time. So I like having a variable 2-drop. Might be the 4-bear. I like it, but it's my weakest too. We are good at staying alive. We're going to take out the Spectral Denial. Then we're at 5, 6 blue sources. 5, 6, 7, 8 white sources. 4, 5, 6, 7 red sources. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we'll keep the island. I think I'm okay running this at 41 cards, too. We're low on removal, but we are a high pressure deck. I might get to cut the Sentinel. Mana is just not that bad. I'd like to work. Feral's so awkward. It would have to be in for Focus the Mind. Oh, it might just be better than Focus the Mind for this style of deck with how much pressure we're trying to put on. No, we kind of just need it. I'll cut the Riling Dawnbreaker and Focus the Mind and put my Stormshriek back in. And losing the focus hurts, but we just end up with so much pressure at the top end, we'll be okay. All right, let's run it. I think this is all this second run is all I'm gonna have energy for. So we may do like some Duskmourn and something a little easier after this. Ooh, easy keep with a red source, but we are getting hurt by this swamp. I may have to go back in and remove it. This one we can keep. We're gonna put back the Stormplane Detainment. We want to try and get there with the Sage of the Skies, and I'll get an island off my Jeskai Monument. If I draw a land, I'll play the Kin Guard. Otherwise, I'm playing the Jeskai Monument. Always awkward having to use a turn to fix, but it's okay. I would like to try and keep a Kin Guard for a Sage. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Well, a land is equally terrifying if I can draw one. The War Effort Pack Beast hits for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And if I can get Sage of the Skies down with a War Effort, oof. Alright, land off the top, please, deck. Aw, damn. Well, that's not good. Am I just passing and exhaling? No, I want the bodies down more. No, we're in trouble. We needed that fourth land pretty badly. So scary. So scared. No blocks. If we can get Sage down, we can get stable. But we need land to make that happen. Is that lethal? Not quite. Everything has trample haste. We might be dead this turn. War effort doesn't do it. A white source off the top is what we need. So Kinguard plus Sage. We know they're going to Dragonclaw Strike and 6 us, and then we can double block. The Dragonclaw Strike, though, we can exhale. I think we're passing. Feels bad. We need to be able to exhale that messenger. So if they double here, attack. Then could have been worse than you would ever know. Block here, see what they do. Erasing the wrong episodes after you would put my wrong. It wasn't like I let it go. Oh, oh. If we can survive this turn, Constrictor Sage is a blocker that locks something down. Then we get a Sage of Disguise and Fortresskin Guard, and then War Effort start gaining 6 back a turn. And that lets us race really well. I always spawned Exhale here. Not bothering to keep my 1/1. We take 2. Wide you can see. Just yep. This is going to be a 6 power attacker next turn. We need to just have enough blockers down. So Quarry Seal, I wanted to keep a cheaper spell to get my Sage online. We're still looking for that land. So until then, Quarry Seal Cutter is solid. No attacks. Then they double here, and we block with 1 card and just hope. See, it wasn't quite as bad as I would have been, could have been worse than you would ever know. We do get a double block to kill this after their Dragonclaw Strike. They could also just play a large creature here, which is bad for us. Running 17 lands was just not enough to draw a land. It's 4 mana and a Dragonclaw Strike, and they can fight here, and we double block, and we'll take 4, and things aren't looking good, but could be worse. We might have to play Sage just as a 2/3. Ouch. If they have a pump spell, we'll die. But I don't know why they would play it post Dragonclaw Strike if they do. Alright, options. I can War Effort, pass. Hope they don't have another giant creature. I can Sharpshooter, equip it, then I've got a pretty good blocker. but I don't have a Sage to follow it up next turn. Got untapped land lets me Sharpshooter Sage. Three power, 3 toughness. So they need at least a 5 power creature to kill me. War effort pass. It costs 4 to sack the monument. Is untapped working, Theo? Okay. That could have been a lot worse. Alright, untapped land 1 time. We've drawn 7 cards looking for it. Untapped is not. Okay, let me restart it and see if that helps. I'll double block. I'm just okay with them using a removal spell here. Sure. Alright, untap land. Deck, please. Please, deck, once. It's only been 8 cards. Oh, 7 cards now. That Flesh Crafter it is. Blocks at least. Okay. They have so much removal, but we're alive. Alright, untap land once. How could you, deck? Alright, it's not the worst. We're gonna use it. Because it is still a spell we're casting. We'll pitch our Constrictor Sage. No, we're gonna pitch a Sharpshooter. Because we are gambling on this Sage. Yes! Yes! We did it! No attacks. Next time we slide the Cutter over or play our Constrictor Sage and start gaining for a turn, and we're all the way back in the game. Whew. I was breathing really hard and I didn't even realize. So that was very greedy, right? I was not playing cards that were good to play because of how badly I needed to trigger the Core Seal Cutter and the Sage. We are 19 mana sources, right? Am I crazy? Swing 4, lock this down. I might lock this down pre-combat. We'll see what we draw, because I might even just go for the second spell instead. Alright. Untapped is now active as overlay 1. So they can go red, green to fight, but I can still block and keep a Sage alive. That's all I care about is keeping a Sage alive. Meat cake, she said. It's just like Marie Antoinette. This is the only creature they played a Manasay Mentor. Lockdown attack. I think I actually leave back my monk. location. She never kept the same address. In conversations, she spoke just like a baroness. The next turn I siege Sentinel. Going to 8, so they would need a 3-power creature for 3 mana, and then Dragonclaw Strike. I'm gonna leave back my Monk. If they found a 3-mana 3/3 and then a Dragonclaw Strike fought the Constrictor stage, it would be a 4/3 that became an 8/6 and killed me. So I'm leaving back 1 extra blocker. This turn I get to go to 12 or more. Okay, I still get my life. Ooh, that's a very good draw. I just want to gain that life. Hmm. 3/3/4/4. I would like to play the Absorb Essence here. Wait, 4, 8, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm just short. But next turn I can Fleshcrafter for lethal. I just have to make sure I can survive this turn. Eight, 12. We're just gonna hit for 8. And then I will make a 1/1 goblin. And I can turn everything into a copy. Whew! That one was so difficult. Alright. Is Untapped working now? Can you mouse over my cards? Alright. We're gonna go ahead and restart all the things. How do I... There we go. General. Setup. Reset channel. Copy to clipboard. And extensions. Should be working now. Again. All right, it should be working now. As good as the siege is, we just don't have enough castable spells. These don't work without a creature. Now we have all our colors. I think I'm putting back the Riverwalk technique. We're just hoping to hit any creature. Sage remains very good. So a creature lets us turn 5 use our Absorb Essence and Sage. Or just turn 5 Narcissus Rebuke Stage. That's solid. We do need something else before then. Awkward. To cut the Sonic Shrieker as good as it is. Gotta lower my curve a bit, and I want more card draw. Not ideal, but this will work. Let me try running it as an administrator. Awkward. Alright, let me try running it as an administrator. How about now? I'm gonna play the Embermouth Sentinel first, because then I get to use my second spell as the Absorb Essence. Okay, thank you. The running it as an administrator was the trick. Sometimes that happens after an update. We're kind of hoping that they just use a removal spell on this. But nope, that's fine. End turn. Thank you, Berserker. That's fine. We might just put down the Sonic Shrieker and then use this as a creature. I turned that's all I do is I turn all the things on and off again. So if they give me a target for Narcissus Rebuke, I'll use that to Sage. Otherwise, I'm just going to play out the Sonic Shrieker and keep pressure on. So much pressure. Going for 2. It's like a counter spell. Alright, you get to grow your Anafenza. So if they grow the Anafenza, we'll let the Anafenza grow. We're going to Narcissus Rebuke it. Otherwise, we're going to Sonic Shrieker it. I wasn't expecting Anafenza. I really thought they had a counter spell. I'm hoping that they just play a big spell this turn and I get to Narcissus Rebuke Sage. Then attack with both for 8. Keep a lot of pressure in the air. So, fun fact, Hexproof is its own thing. Once upon a time, Hexproof would fizzle the spell. But once upon a time, this would go through Hexproof because it's fizzles counters it. Oh, we've got 8 in the air. They'll have to chump on the ground. Narcissus Rebuke here, play out the Pack Beast swing, they have to chump. And then I'm just totally out of cards, and that's fine. Heal 5. I mean, if they play Death Begets Life, I lose the game. It's okay. Something tells me they didn't have Death Begets Life in their deck. We were hitting them for 8. So there was an argument for keeping the pack beast back in case they have Death Begets Life. But it's just so likely that they have a blocker or removal spell after they Death Begets Life. But Death Begets Life is the only thing that keeps them alive there. Either that or a large creature lifelink damage, but that's tough. I think we keep this. Corey Seal Cutter is just very, very good. We're missing a white source, which is pretty painful. It's not likely we double spell next turn. We're just gonna pass. I'm not gonna play the cutter yet. I think I want to try and work in my cantrips. It just makes my turn 3s and 4s so much better. We'll have to go bluer. I think that's also okay. Nice. That's always what you want to see. This kind of thing is why. I think I do just bulk caster here. But when you draw a 2-drop, that lets me trigger the Corey Seal Cutter next turn. But like, we want 5 lands, full stop. I need to rework my mana a little bit. Oh, you might have been right, Berserker. Yeah, it is an 8 mana spell, but you might be right about them only having 6 lands. That's always what you want to see. Yes! What a draw. So we go Corey Seal Cutter. Jeskai Monument, getting a Plains. Quit. And now we have all our colors too. Here goes, Code. How's it going? We get a Narset's Rebuke and Sage of the Skies next turn. Assuming they tap out. Which is a pretty reasonable assumption. If they don't give me a target, I will just pass and then end step Stormbrood. Oh. Yeah, that's actually better. Then I get a chance at Frostcliff Siege, Sage of the Skies, swing 6 lifelink in the air. End turn. Yeah, Frostcliff Siege is very strong here. It pumps up both birds with haste. It pumps up both sages with haste. It takes a lot of the bad draws out of our deck. I love Stormbrood. I love this card so much. Wildling's fine. They get some life back. We're gonna end step Stormbrood. Looks like they have a Snakeskin Veil, which is not good for me. Am I playing around Snakeskin Veil here? They have a pause. I think I Narset's Rebuke to pull the veil out of them. No. Not if we know about the veil. That's fine. I'm about to put out so much air superiority that I don't mind. There's even a chance that he just casts his Mammoth Bellow. This is so devastating. Frostcliff Siege, Sage of the Skies is devastating here. And Stormbreed becomes a 5-power attacker. Oof. That's bad, though. It seems so, but they can't stop both of these copies. They're just both cast. If I swing out 4/4 blocks, Sage probably 3/6 11. I think that's worth sacrificing a Sage for, because next time I can crack my Jeskai Monument. Looks like it's just a Durgar Island Dragon. Now we're not attacking anymore. I need to find the I need to work the Unending Whispers back in here. Maybe it's even worth the Sonic Shrieker. I have a lot of very good draws, though. They get to eat my 2 flyers. 5 blocks. Sages are good for racing. It might just flash back with Bellow. Ooh. I can Fleshcrafter my Boltcaster to kill something. Or I can just copy the Wildling. Or I can crack the Jeskai Monument for a good attack, and then Fleshcrafter next turn. That's a cast trigger. It does have haste, and I can copy the Wildling too. Might be better off copying the Pummeler, but once they flash this back, it will matter a lot less. I'm one short of doing both. I do it to survive a Dragonclaw strike if I copy the Wildling. I'm gonna do that. I'm tapping out here. I know it's a little risky. Block here. And they can eat a Sage, have a removal spell, and still take 11, which is so dangerous when I can make 4 flying birds at any time. And if they kill the Wildling, I get to renew onto something with flying, and everything will have haste. But as long as I can keep 1 flyer, we're okay. Oof. That's not something I was expecting specifically. I don't think it's worth playing the land because I have Focus the Mind and other draw spells. The main argument against playing Fleshcrafter was trying to double spell in the following turn. Alright, there's 2 flyers. So currently, Jeskai Monument is exactly lethal. It does keep them alive. Monk gets blocked here. So Monk gets blocked. And they take 2 damage. Everything blocks 1 thing. I can equip the Wildling and it trades with Pummeler or Wildling. And then they get to grow 1 creature. But it does take out 1 flying blocker, which means I punch through for an additional point. They have to block with a Wildling or the Pummeler. And they can make a 5/5 or a flying blocker, but I think I'm just trying to win in the air now. Hey, Farquaad! Good to see ya! Then I crack the Monument and go for lethal next turn with my Fleshcrafter. Let's make everything into a Sage. We'll gain a life in case I need the mana. That's fine, because then they have to choose between putting Reach on the Brigade and playing the Mammoth Bell. And I want them to spend their turn using the Pummeler, because I'm about to Fleshcraft. I needed the Wildling to die, because it's a Fleshcrafter. And I can exile it to put 2 counters on a Sage, turn everything into a Sage. Or something bigger that I draw, but I need this Fleshcrafter to do its thing. I'll be at 4 attackers. Hopefully I can find another creature with haste. Great. That took their turn. No! Damn it. They had another blocker. So I've got 4 flying attackers. But they trample. What if everything was a Boltcaster? Boltcaster goes to 2 power. 1 power. So everything's a Boltcaster here. 3/3/3/3/3/3/3. They have to block all 4 creatures, which means 1 creature tramples over for 3 damage. Top line. This 1 power does like the trample is what gets them. They trample over the Dragon Sniper for 3. So even though they kill 3 of my Boltcasters and I'm down to nothing, we get to trample for lethal. Good game. That was a difficult one. All right, I need more water. And then we'll get to the next game. That puts us at 3-0 or 4-0? I think just 3-0. I want to try and work in these Unending Whispers because I'm struggling to double spell some of the time. And it makes things awkward. 17 lands. I can cut the Streaker. I'd have to up blue. So like I can cut Evermouth Sentinel, Sonic Streaker. Swamp becomes an island. And I gain, what? Unending Whisper and or Ringing Strike Mastery? Thank you. Like, it's good as... Like, then I can't ever cast the Stormbroods. I could go bluer. Oh. If I go bluer, got these 3 white cards... Like, Fortress Kingguard is a loss. It's a good card. But I gain Sibsig Appraiser and an Unending Whisper. And another Riverwalk Technique. We're going to think about it. I'll be right back. Here. This is the blue I'm looking at. Ooh, stiff legs. Time, buddy. It's about that time. All right, I'm gonna take my pup for a walk. That's what we're doing. We'll get back to this. In the meantime, let's do some words on stream. Yeah, my dog's like, it's time. All right, I'll be back in just a few. Probably under 10 minutes, and we'll think about this deck and then get back to it. We need this one. That sound right? Be right back. Okay, I'm back. How we doing over here? Oh, nice! Hey, Peter. Hey, Nora. I'm back, but we're doing great, so let's keep it up. What'd I do? Why did it freeze? Ooh, scared me. Thank you. I love this shirt. Hmm. Nice. So V is 4, 5, 6, 7. V is fake. Yeah, V is fake. It has to be V. Nice, Misha. Hmm. There should be, yeah. I got nothing. Hey, Al. Meeb. Meeb has to be a word. I smell good food, but it's not in my home. Hey, puppy. Hdone. Looks like W is fake. Woof hewn. Oh, maybe W is real. Yeah, W is real, my bad. That makes F fake. Yeah, F is fake. Yeah. There should be one more word that starts with D. Above done alphabetically. Sorry. All right. Let's get back to some arena. Sorry. Oh, I should have done the score. My bad. All right. Are we 3-0 or 4-0 on this one? We're 3-0. Thanks for bearing with me. Rebel says thank you. Woodhead is a word ranger. I thought that was right. I think I want to try. I'm considering working this more blue than white. We'd probably lose pack beasts. Keep sage, so it'd be blue-red with a white splash. We lose the storm broods, and that's a lot of how we stay alive. Hoedown! Hoedown is a good one. Our mana does get better if we cut the Shrieker. So let's see. Appraiser is a big get. So are the Whispers, Garrowak, and Ringing Strike. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's a lot of raw power for consistency. I think I'd rather keep the power here. We also have a counter spell though. Sexual Denial and Focus the Mind both get to come in too. So you gain all of these for all of these. It's almost worth it. It's really close for sure. Sonic Shrieker is so powerful though. We have 2 great combo cards with our pack beasts. I don't want to cut them. I could just work the other Embermouth Sentinel back in. Whisper's really good in our deck. We're just not that blue. We could go down 2 planes for 2 islands. Then 2 kin guards. For a mastery and a whisper. We're at effectively 14 creatures. I'm sorry if you were only here for the words on the stream. I do apologize. I think we just run it back. We could even come down blue a bit. I just love the way Stormbrood plays, especially with the rest of our 5s. Maybe it's just the Feral out. Take out the Stormshriek Feral, bring in 1 Unending Whisper, don't want to change our mana otherwise. Okay, I like that. Let's run it. Good. I'll take another break and run it back if people want to do more words on stream later. I need to list the Drift Collector's Booster. It's really close. These are both combat tricks. We don't have any creatures to benefit from them, so we gotta throw it back. We're missing a white source, and that's a pretty big loss. But we have our other colors, and Unsparing Boltcaster into War Effort is solid. I think we keep this and put back our Stormplane Detainment. That's totally valid, though. Sage of the Skies just buys us so much time back. It buys us time that we've already spent. Then we go Mountain. Boltcaster is just a 3/3 War Effort because it's good. Constrictor Sage, and whatever our 2-drop is that we draw next, we play with our Sage of the Skies. Tygom. You're a problem, Tygom. Well, at least they can't harmonize it. We can put on a lot of pressure here. We need another white source to double spell with this, but we got some time to do it. We're expecting a counter spell, and I'd rather they counter this than anything else. Okay. We need to pressure here. That's how you beat Tygom. We can lock down the trawlers and keep attacking. They couldn't quite double spell. We have a lot of pressure here. Ooh. More annoying than anything. We can Jeskai Monument Sage of the Skies and then look to Riverwalk Technique next turn. I guess if they double block, we would need to Riverwalk Technique this turn. We're kind of hoping they just let it through. Cool. And then we have Sage to follow up. I was absolutely muted. I'll stop playing my way when it stops working. How do I beat a 4/4 with reach? Slowly. Sage goes in, or yeah, Constrictor Sage goes in. I'll stop doing it when it stops working, Liege. And we're just going to continue to commit things to the board. Try and get a really big attack off through this Earth Carver. We get to Constrictor Stage this and hold up our Riverwalk Technique. Thanks, everybody. Sorry for the mutes. Juliams, I keep the score in the top right. I don't see a reason to make this attack other than death begets life. It's a good card. That's pretty good. We're just gonna run it out. We're gonna represent a counterspell. Yeah. So in draft, I've had success with 2 and 3 color guilds. In sealed, I pretty much always go 3 colors. It looks like 5 colors because of the cards like these Purging Stormbroods. So this is, I'm only playing this one swamp for these Stormbroods. And this Stormwood Falls is just for half of a Whirlwind Stormbrood, right? Like 2 weeks ago, I think every deck I played was 5 colors, but that was just coincidence. My last pool was aggro. That's 7-1 Mardu Aristocrats deck. I don't think I'm winning this, but I'm not going to give up. Prescience is a curse. I knew they had this, and there's nothing I could do about it other than try and hold up Riverwalk technique. Which I guess I could have done a better job of. It's just such an annoying thing to be wrong about. If I wait a turn, I can counter their counterspell. But they also might not counter it at all because they've got the Earth Carver coming. I can't beat both the counterspell and the Earth Carver. Oh my god. Yeah. I'm not beating that. Tygom into Death Begets Life into Banekeeper's Familiar is so good. Ah. So untap should still work if you mouse over it or highlight it if you're on mobile. Hmm. I need some barbecue sauce. I'm gonna go get some. Seven, 10. Block. I don't actually have a second blue source, so I can't do it. I could have led with a Riverwalk technique, but it's not looking good. Yeah. Wipe the board, draw 9 cards, does get him there. I'm gonna get some barbecue sauce and we'll go to the next one. Banekeeper's Familiar is really good. Alright, be right back. That tracks. I'm really missing my Stormshriek Familiar. I think I want the Stormshriek Feral back. We're gonna cut the Sonic Shrieker and then cut the Swamp for an island. I'm gonna miss the Shrieker, but like I'm losing to colors, not power. Alright, be right back. I'll be done. This is my last event. Possibly soon. Here we go. I do think this works a little better. My colors are better. I missed the Shrieker already. The card's very good. Oh, I forgot water. Ooh, the double siege plan. Haven't gotten to do that yet. Blue, red, colorless, red, white. So we want to go Windcrag Siege into Frostcliff Siege. Oh, I missed a Zweilous. Sorry, Rebel, no chicken for you. We can. Because of the plains. They'll go Stormwood Falls, Windscarred Crag, Plains, Siege, Backwater, Siege. But very good question, Ranger. Like, Windcrag Siege is solid. Frostcliff Siege is a bomb. This card makes your hands so much better. You know, this is actually my second pull with both of these sieges. I got the box on the other one too. That's pretty good too. That's so lame. The Mighty Sieges are cool together too. I love the Sieges. I swear to God, if you play another Awaken the Undead. There's a lot of mana coming in. I think I just play this to attack for 4. Scary. They probably just block here. I think I'm just playing my Stormblood to attack for 5. They get swole and hit for a lot. If I didn't have a second Stormblood, I might hold off. They block here, take 8. This 5 puts them to 11 though, so I'm close to lethal next turn. Yeah, we get in with both just because it plays around them growing their creatures to survive. Five, 4 flying haste tramplers end the game pretty fast. They might have lethal on the crackback. Dragon Strike. No, because 10 is the most they're likely to hit for. Aww. My lethal attack. They don't have a snakeskin veil, which is just good to know. That's 9 they can attack for. 10, 11, 12, 13. That does give me lethal. Anything I play just gets bounced. But if I just take 3, 6, 9, holding up Riverwalk Technique Stormbrood, the double Stormbrood on the Stormbrood is really tough for them to beat. Unless they just have a counter spell. But otherwise, the rebuff just flashes back and life gets difficult. Thinking it for 9 puts me to 4. If they have like a synchronized spell, let's put a counter on each of them. I have the Riverwalk Technique to live. As long as they don't attack me for lethal right now, and there's not a ton they can have that keeps them alive. So end step, Stormbrood, untap, Mountain. That's 2/2 and lifelink. And for 6. Hey, good game. I can't believe they broke all my sieges. I really wanted to play those sieges. Thanks, Lucky. She looks like she's dancing to this song. That is a nice hand. Sharpshooter into Pack Beast is very good. Dig with our Adept. Isn't it wild how different a game, like, you look at this hand and you're like, is this the same deck? I could have jammed the Sentinel too. Instead, I mean. We just put down the Pack Beast. They didn't show us a white source, so they're not going to kill this. And we get to seem like an aggro deck, even though we are a grindy mid-range deck. My attack here is not good. I could attack with both. They'll just eat my Pack Beasts. I think I risk the Equilibrium Adept here. That's the risk. Uh-oh. I think we just try and Boltcaster here and accept that things are difficult. And next one, we Embermouth Sage. That's a significant amount of damage. Even if our Boltcaster kind of sucks. Next turn, we get to Embermouth and Sage. We got them down to 8 life. Oh, God. Oh, no. Still terrifying. I can take out the Regent, get them down to 5. Then we take 8, but they can't really attack from there. I think that's worth it. Gain a life. I think I don't want to risk my sharpshooter. I also don't want to give up. Like, we're just trying to burn them out here. Right, but it's also fragile, right? They would go to 14 power with a power doubler. I'm trying to decide if I want to get an island, and I think I do get an island here. Because then I can even go Sharpshooter Equilibrium Adept. No blocks. Island down. Sharpshooter. Sage ping ping. I didn't have lethal, and I was not guaranteed to win that game. I was very scared. I'm very surprised that they scooped. By the way, this is the last bullet I'm going to fire for this tonight. But I'll be back tomorrow for as many as I can do. I have a good place to put this so my dog can't get to it without getting up. I do think that double siege is just good enough here. Frostless Siege and a Dalcoven Pack Beast is just good enough. We need a third land pretty bad. Yeah. So if you like this kind of content, or if you want help with your own Arena Direct sealed pools, come back tomorrow. We need any third land right now. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow as early as I can. It might be 1 p.m. I have to get my orders done for Monday. So I'll do as many of those as I can first. But I'm going to try and do some tonight too. They left them both on top. All right. We're going to just do our sieges in order. Jeskai Siege first. And Frostless Siege, then Pack Beast. Like that. I don't want to block here, so I'm just going to take the 2 life. But a hasty pack beast is a lot of damage. That's a 7 damage swing. If I draw a land, I might actually Fleshcrafter their pack beast instead. Now, Covenant Encampment is good. I mean, it hits me for 5 this turn. That's awesome, Alex. Good job. It's actually great for them. Oof. Being a 1/5 is also kind of brutal. I could go to 5 power here. They can't block that. They can attack into it. No, I think I'd rather have the pack beast down first. And they can eat one of my goblins, that's fine. We're still getting in for 9. What'd you get back, Alex? I did manage to use it once. I hit a land. It's great. Ah, lame. My pack beast. I'm gonna have to make a different pack beast. Did a lot of damage though. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is what they can hit pretty easily. I might just have to go 5 here for the lifelink. We go to 4 power. I think I want to go Stormbrood here, and if they have a Caustic Exhale, I'll just lose. Cool. Just keep racing with the lifelink. I have a blocker back for the duelist. Next turn I get to give it lifelink again. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. No blocks. If I swing out, it goes 1/5 to 2/1. Double block here, they take 2. And then I have to just live in fear of Purging Stormblood not working. I think I Unending Whisper and Kinguard instead. To switch gears a little bit. Ooh, a 4th land. Like, I do, in theory, I win this eventually. We'll hold the Whisper in the graveyard. I think I'd rather have the counter. No, we need to go pretty wide here. Like, they can kill me with a big enough spell, but they didn't activate the encampment. That tells me they have an instant. It's not like they can use the initiate in a big way. Oh, God. Tactician's really good, but only if they can deal with my 5/4. 4 blockers, 5, 6 attackers. I can just Fleshcraft here. Or I can maintain my patience. It's possible they can get in for 10, but it's really difficult. I would really like to Fleshcrafter here and hold out my Stormbrood in the same turn. Let's dig for a land. It looks like they have an instant. So land lets me Fleshcraft here and go for lethal. I think I'm okay playing this into a pump spell. Like that. I mean, yeah, but I'm okay copying something else. Like yes, I might kill the pack beasts here. What I want is for them to spend their pump spell. Or the removal spell. But they get to play that too. Oh, that's a pretty good thing for me to copy. If I pitch the Fleshcrafter, turn everything into an Equilibrium Adept, 3 power double strike trample. It doesn't, I don't have enough mana. Copying pack beasts is lethal. Yeah, we'll pitch the Riverwalk technique. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blockers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocked. Alright, copy the pack beast. They block 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 creatures, and then 5 breakthrough for 2. I want a Jeskai Monument first, just for the double strike, but it doesn't really matter. Alright, no lifelink that I'm missing. They block 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Take exactly 11. Well, 12, 13. Didn't even have to Stormbrood, which would have been cool because it gains me 10 life. That was a tough one. We played that on 3 lands for 7 turns. But the double siege is just so much value. That is the most damage you can prevent. Good game. As though the truth may vary, this ship will carry our body is safe to shore. I didn't say hey there. Whew. All right, let's see if we can get that second box in a row. Yeah, that was a really fun match. So we have a box. Let's see if we can get another one. Ooh, weird one, huh? We want to lead on the backwater, play a mountain, discard a plains. I mean, I like this. It's a little bit slow, but I'm willing to keep a slower hand when we have that lifelink. Ooh. I mean, those are two magic. That is the magic card in a magic set. It's playing next, Julians. Oh, is this Twilight of the Gods, Shadow of Valentia? We're gonna go ahead and pitch an island. We don't need a second island very often. Well, that's not what you want to see when you discard a land, but I mean, we do need the mana. Constrictor Sage into Stormblood does a good job of keeping us alive. Ooh. So we kept a 4-lander and have drawn 5 lands. Hard mode. Let's go. Luckily, they are a control deck. It's okay. We can dig. Our deck is good for that. We have a Constrictor Sage. We get to gain some life. If they counter it, we still get to do our thing. That's a good draw. We'll just Constrictor Sage. We're expecting a counter spell, but they don't really want to counter this because then this goes to the graveyard and they're just down a card. Oh god. Alright, our opponent has in their library a Moraine River Regent. We now know that they have in their library a Moraine River Regent, and we are right to be terrified. Juliams, is this a... Did you want the Fire Emblem song? Aww. I think I'm pulling a counter off here. Well, they can still counter this if they had a counter spell, but... in draft, it is the second best rare and top 5 cards in the whole set. In sealed, it is the second best rare and top 5 cards in the whole set. So, similarly. I can't do much here. I have to let this hit before I can do anything about it. So that's up for debate. I think it's probably the Temur Saga. Like, the Temur Saga... Oh my god. Okay. Alright, so we just milled 2 lands. We drew 5 lands, milled 2 lands, drew 2 lands. But that puts us at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 lands deep. So only 4 lands left in the whole deck. We would like to rebuke here. No, we would rather rebuke here. Because we really want this to be exiled. Play a plains. Constrictor Sage here. Pass the turn. So, the thing is, it doesn't need 6 mana to affect the board because both sides of Moraine River Region are good enough. My god, their deck is redonkulous. Well, I'll kill the 6/5 that we need to exile. Right. Ooh. think I'd rather have a Karakit Guardian here. Yeah? Playing the land doesn't really help us here. I'd rather discard it if... Copy a Karakit Guardian. We get to block and exhale. That was a good draw. So the only cards I think that will ever be correct to take over Meringue River Regent are... we'll go to blocks here. If this is a pump spell, I'll die. But I don't think I have a choice. Because if I take 9 here, I'll also die. Hey, look, I have a dragon right here. We're back in this. Let's see if they have a removal spell here. The thing is, we're at... Oh my god. What is my opponent's deck? They have a Dragonback Assault and a Meringue River Regent. I actually can beat this if we stop drawing lands. 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 lands. 3 lands left. Bloomvine Regent, Meringue River Regent, Genesis Ultimatum, Dragonback Assault is what has been declared. I think this is the highest win rate card when cast in the set, which is really funny. Long story. Thanks so much for the follow. Yeah, it was a good run. We lost, like, our opponent not trophying with this pool is wrong. Naga Fleshcrafter, Genesis Ultimatum, Dragonback Assault, Bloomvine Regent, Meringue River Regent was their line. Okay, pretty good. I'll make 2 birds. Oh, there's only 2 lands left in the whole deck, though. All right, everything's a bird. Good game. We got all but 2 of the lands. This is, all right, I do want to highlight their deck. So I want to talk about their deck. No blocks. So our opponent has busted rares. These cards are absurd. Karakit Guardian is a great uncommon, but they did this right. No, I wanted to look at the... I misclicked. I wanted to look at their deck. So they had so many good rares. They were playing weaker cards, right? Like the Watcher, the 3 mana, 3/2, mill 2 cards, gain 2 life. When your top end is good enough, when what you're doing in the late game is strong enough, then that's what you want to do. I'm going to go ahead and fire one more bullet. We're not going to play it. I just have a little energy left. I have about 10 minutes, and I want to get started on this build. Oh, I didn't take pictures either. I'm sorry. This is why I'm not doing another bullet. When I use all the brain, I run out of brain. So we're going to go ahead and get started here, but we're not going to play this because I do not trust myself to play this right now. But I still want to talk about these cards. Ooh, so Smile at Death is a really cool value machine, but it is a full build around, okay? You don't get to play this card unless your deck is mostly hits. I think Severance Priest is bad and a trap. It's not good unless you never actually, like, this is a 3 mana 3/3 Death Touch. Look at your opponent's hand. You don't want to take the card most of the time. But Fleshcrafter, Inevitable Defeat are both fantastic. This is always the best card in play. These are 2 of the best cards in the set. Windcrag Siege is another build around, like, you need to have the right kind of deck like we just did. And then Death Begets Life is a late game grind. So Death Begets Life is a nice, like, if you are scared of your opponent's Areni, if you're scared of their Ugin, if you're scared of their Dragonback Assault, Death Begets Life is how you beat those cards. So, like, it is a good top end to have. So let's go ahead and see what we got. All right, we will do a separate check on our Smile at Death. For now, I don't think this is, like, these are controlling. This is bad for white cards because these Osseous Exhales are controlling removal spells, and the Stormplane Entertainment is an aggressive removal spell. Dawnbreaker is nice, Battle Priest is nice, Dragonstorm is a card I splash a lot, but nothing too impressive. You will always play a Twin Maw Stormbrew. There isn't a deck in the format that doesn't play Twin Maw Stormbrew. Roiling Dragonstorm is great, Fleshcraft is great, so we need to do a dragon check. Caustic Exhale, worthy cost. Dragon's Prey, nice black removal, but pretty weak overall. The only card I'm happy to play in this deck is Nightblade Brigade. Dragon's Prey and worthy cost are both situational removal spells, and Caustic Exhale is just a good removal spell. Red, 2 Narcissus Rebuke, Overwhelming Surge, weak red. Green, 2 Anarch Wayfarers. So many green cards. Piercing Exhale, Formation Breaker, Knockout Maneuver, Roamer's Routine, Sultai Devotee, Segu Pummeler, Undergrowth Leopard. Good green. Inevitable Defeat, Nomad Outpost. We're going to go ahead and take all of our lands together. Bella Palace, Monument. 5 color pile, 2 Dragonstorm Globes. Two Roamer's Routines, 2 Wayfarers, Devotee. Here's our fixing. So if we have enough top end power, we can make this work as is. But let's check our dragons. Dragon. Steaming Dragonstorm, Dawnbreaker, Stormbrood. Blue Dragonstorm, Blue Dragon. Wow, we have 4 dragons in our pool. And they're all bad. This is a very bad pool. Let's see what we can do to make it feel better. We could go aggressive. Let's check toughness. Two. So you need the more expensive good cards to go with Smile at Death. Like Fleshcrafter, Keisha Trawler, Sipsig Appraiser. That's what you need for Smile at Death to be solid. Maybe Rescue Leopard. Wayfarer helps. We can do Abzan Smiles or Sultai Smiles. I do like Smiles. No, it's just not good enough. Creatures are bad. Our removal is good. Our bombs are bad. How are we winning the game? Can we do it fast? No. Can we aggro them out? No. Can we get down to just Twin Moss Stormbrood in our library and then keep looping it? Maybe. We do have an Essence Anchor. We can run it for value. Size? No. We don't have anything that cares about counters. Burn, we have Inevitable Defeat. Monastery Messenger? That might do it. Jeskai Control. Let's take a look at our lands. 2 palaces and a Nomad Outpost. Well, looks like we're 5 color control. Nothing else is going to work. 5 color control. Base green. Splashing red and white a lot. Okay, we've got 2 Wayfarers and a Formation Breaker and a Devotee. They're likely to trade. Knockout Maneuver is a nice kind of bad removal spell. Let's see. We've got 2 Wayfarers, 2 Roamer's Routines. 1 Pummeler. Lie in Wait. Sultai Jeskai Hybrid. Weak white. You don't have the dragons. We need like actual just like I'd play Boulderborn dragons in this deck. We'll play the Stormbrood. White is the color we're worst at splashing. We've got Great Teamer and Sultai, which means the only white card we're going to have room for is our Stormbrood. We'll keep the Dragonstorm because it's good without splashing. Trawlers, Fleshcrafter, Riverwalk Technique. We'll get all of our removal into a pile. We don't have to play the Agents, which is always good. Focus. Dragon's pretty average, but we might have to play it. We get 1 Focus, 1 Dragonstorm. I think we need to play the Stag. Stag is just how we're going to win a lot of the time. Exhale is a nice removal spell, so is the Stormbrood. This is a Dragon Spray deck. The Gurmag Rakshasa deck. Surge is a lot better in Sealed than it is in Draft. Rebuke is fine. So, okay. This means that we get to adjust our removal. We have a good removal in every color. We get to adjust it based on what we're missing. Based on our mana and our colors. I would like to be playing Inevitable Defeat, and if you have something as good as Inevitable Defeat, you want Monastery Messenger. Where's our Monuments and our Globes? Globes are weak because life is not. This is a tough build. I think we might have to just wait until tomorrow. Windcrack Siege is pretty weak. Narset is close. I think this is a Rite of Renewal deck, which is not a good place to be. You don't want this to be... You don't want to be a Rite of Renewal deck if you can help it. Looks like we are cutting red down to a very light splash. Which means Sultai, double splash, red, and white. Or just Stormbrood. Like, that way we don't actually have to run... We don't have to run basic plains or mountains. I think this is a good Essence Anchor deck. Haven't had one of those in a while. We have lots of ways to recur our inevitable defeat, which is pretty cool. I don't know that we need the Cruel Truce. We probably want the Brigade, though. Anything else that I want to try and work in? Possibly the Sentinel. Sentinel is just kind of nice so you don't kill yourself with Death Begets Life. We could run Brushmaster as just a powerhouse. All right, 15 cuts to make. I think we ended up on only the 2 dragons. Yeah, I think we're cutting both dragons cards and the globes. No wildlings kind of sucks. Like the monuments. We don't ramp well with the Roamers routines, but I do think we want them anyway. We can cut 1 land with our 2 Wayfarers, 2 monuments. We can cut a lot of our black cards too. Just do the triple splash. Keep the Caustic Exhale. And we can cut the Night Watch now too. Kind of just a value stompy. It's a little weak, but it'll work. One dragon does make our exhales a little worse, but they're still solid. We kind of have to run all our removal. We can play a mountain or a plains, but not both. 2 3-red sources, so we'll go down to 1 plains. Up a forest. Alright, 1 1 2 3 4 5 9 green sources, 10 green sources. 1 2 3 4 5 black sources, 6 black sources. 1 2 3 4 9 blue sources, 10 11 blue sources. That's right. Both routines, both monuments. We'll get rid of all our basics as quick as we can. Whisper doesn't have a real reason to be in here other than our Essence Anchor. Are we missing any power? Did we cut any powerful cards due to color restrictions? Siege, Severance, maybe. Not really. Our pool's just pretty bad. Like, we'll make it work. We need all the value pieces we can find. So 4 pieces of value. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Using Exhale is kind of weak in this deck, so we'll cut that removal spell. We can come down 1 of our monuments, probably the Jeskai Monument. Keep both Roamers routines. We have enough good ways to loop Lionweight Inevitable Defeat that we can win with this. This will work. It's just kind of rough a lot of the time. Blue-green, triple splash. I do like that kind of deck. Whisper is our weakest card advantage spell. We don't care about double spelling anywhere. And the only card that cares about things leaving the graveyard is this Essence Anchor. Probably the Sarkhan's Resolve. And then Snowmelt Stag after that. Ooh, my brain is running low on steam. I think I'm about done and we'll come up with the last cut tomorrow. Might just be the exhale on colors, but I don't want to go down that much removal. All right, we'll do the last cut tomorrow. Let's go ahead and find someone to raid. Oh, Dirt Nymph is going. Shemi is going. Let's go see Dirt Nymph. All right, good night, everybody. I will see everyone tomorrow. If anybody wants to, I've got 3 bullets left. So if anybody wants to buy a shot at a box, you will get half the prize. If I win gems, you will get another bullet or 2 bullets. But I've got 3 bullets left for sale. So if you would like to buy one of the 2 boxes, if I get all 7 wins, then you can just DM me. We'll make it work. So how that works is you pay for my run and then we split the prize. That's it. It's 35 or 3 for 100. Good night, everybody. Be good to Dirt Nymph. I'll be on tomorrow as early as I can. Might be 1, might not be until 5. All right. Good night.